All right, here we go. I'm not using music because I haven't figured out StreamYard that well yet. Literally have only seen the back end of StreamYard for the first time today, 5 seconds ago. So, um, not that there's probably anyone watching yet, but still. Uh, Hello. This is Outliers Exiled podcast or stream, whatever you want to call it. Like usual, open panel. The link is pinned is pinned on the comments, I believe, for StreamYard. There is a let's see here. I don't know. I have two windows open. How gotta close one of these so I don't end up doing that whole thing where everything echoes. There we go. Okay. Anyway, please come on if you want to talk. I don't have a co-host obviously because I am doing this in lieu of Jeff being available today. So um, I don't really have anything like particularly planned or anything. I if Neurojack shows up, then maybe we'll go over some of his stuff. Um, I honestly, Jeff usually at least takes the time to like read the news or whatever. Like I can't say I've paid any attention to it lately. It's just been boring as shit. Let me see. Is there news that people want to show me news? Google. Let's see. All right. So it looks like no. Um, there's literally nothing new in the news. It's the same vibrating and whining about the election that is definitely going to be so important. I really don't think it's going to matter, especially if it's between Biden and Trump. We've already seen a Biden presidency, we've already seen a Trump presidency. What's going to change? Let's see. I mean, there's like there's like a fucking something about Trump's court cases because like there's a judge that said she'd love it if she could kick him out. I mean, this isn't even news. This is just people desperate for something to talk about, like I am right now. So. Let's see here. Apparently, there was a new late night show started that also was very badly reviewed. Some of Trump's allies are worried because he embraced Laura Loomer or something. Who cares? God, the news isn't depressing because it's about depressing things. The news is depressing because of what they actually choose to write about or try to make news these days. I really kind of hope that AI is doing most of this work because like I just there are so many nonsense nothing articles out there. I mean, I don't know. If someone's getting paid for it, someone's actually like paying their rent with that kind of shit, then I guess good for them. But I know whenever I used to try to do like freelance writing and stuff for websites. I used to work for Cracked and stuff like that, and man, it never paid. It never paid enough to pay the bills. I'll tell you that much. Uh, yeah, you're right. You're right, Jack. People don't read. Well, let's see here. I don't. If it's good enough for David Lynch, it's good enough for me. He typically just does the weather on his. He's been doing that for like 10 years. You know, like he's a pioneer live streaming world. David Lynch. He started streaming himself from his house once a day, like almost 10 years ago, and he literally goes on camera and he reads the weather for where he is, not for like anywhere else, just like where he is, in California or wherever he lives. He lives in the mountains somewhere else in California. And then he does a separate video stream where he will pick a number, like a lottery number, like out of a bowl, like those little ball, not lottery balls, you know. They pick one of those out, and that's the number of the day. And David Lynch has been doing that for like 10 years on his channel. I don't know if it's still, and now he does it on YouTube, but he used to do it only. He used to do it, but he was doing it before YouTube existed. He was streaming it from his website, and you had actually had to pay for it. It was a paid subscription thing, and the only thing he ever did was read the weather and pick a number out of a bowl. And you gotta give it to him, man. That's some high level weirdness right there. I mean, the guy was high level weird anyway, but still, I mean, dear God, like but he was technically a pioneer in doing in the internet streaming. He is in many ways one of the godfathers of internet streaming was David Lynch. So yep, he did. I don't remember how much it cost back then. I remember people being kind of mad at it whenever we started it. I remember it being like there being a little bit of a controversy about it, but it, he was just weird. I mean, and he still does it right now. You can look up David Lynch weather report on YouTube. Hell, we could probably watch it on here. I can't imagine if I get copyright struck. Then so what? Who fucking cares? Let's see here. I used to subscribe to it on YouTube, but after a while, I think I might have unsubscribed because it got kind of annoying. Like every day that would like show up in my feed, and it's like nothing. It's nothing to it. It is so completely underwhelming that it's kind of that's what makes it surreal. It's like the surreal thing, the David Lynchian thing about David Lynch doing this is the fact that there is nothing really specifically weird about it. It's just yeah, is it his channel is David Lynch Theater. Oh well, maybe he stopped doing it. Crazy. I guess that's why he stopped it. Yeah. Okay, so a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, he actually stopped doing the today's numbering thing. But you can if you look at his channel though, like you see like I guess at 12, 16, 22, he stopped doing it. Hmm. Yeah, but I mean the videos are he picks a number out of a hat. He never says what the number of the day is for either. He never says like the number of the day is like it doesn't have any meaning. Oh hey hi. What's up?
Hey, there you go.
I was out looking for content, so I didn't notice that you were there. So sorry.
I was burning away in limbo, trying to atone for my sins.
Is that what you do in Limbo? I don't know.
Yeah, you wait until someone prays for you or donates enough money to bail you out of jail, I believe is how it works.
Yeah.
So where's Jeff today? Why can't he host stuff? Is he busy?
Why am I not? I'm not good enough for you. Yeah, I don't know. He's got work stuff today, man.
You're
Yeah.
good enough. Is this Jeff's stream? I can't even see where we are. I can only see backstage. I don't even know where the main YouTube link is.
Oh, it's on the Discord, but see, I'll.
I mean, is there like an actual YouTube channel to find or something? I'm just kind of confused where I'm at right now.
Yeah, there is. It's just my channel, which is a Plague of Arrows. But
Oh, okay. I was looking on his YouTube channel and I couldn't find the link. That's why I was confused. I thought you were just using his.
I put the no. We just moved to my channel. I've had this channel literally for I don't know.
That's okay. We can do it.
16 years. I've had this channel for 16 years, and I've never used it once. And I accidentally hit the go live thing one day, and so like it technically already like cleared that bar where you have to wait like a certain amount of time before you can start doing stuff like that. So like the channel has been ready to go for like a long time. It's just like I just never used it. So it was just under my name until yesterday. I changed everything over to like it's like my handle and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I just did what I could here with the. My main confusion right now is I did not realize how different the back end of StreamYard is whenever you're hosting as opposed to when you're just a guest. It is a completely different beast. There's like it doesn't even look the same. So
That's okay.
That's the thing that. Oh, I'm not worried about it. I'm just like I'm just not quite sure. Let's talk about Christian nationalism. No, I don't want to talk about Christian nationalism anymore. I'm tired of Christian nationalism.
Where's the chat? I don't see them.
You don't see the chat?
Oh, comments. Oh, if you
comments,
click on comments, you can see. Okay. So I was doing my homework, and I am now introduced to JJ and PFJ. And I remember talking to JJ very briefly in voice chat one day, and I don't think we're gonna miss him much. I think he left or something. So
what? Who did?
JJ, Joshua Jones or something.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's up with that. Like, I mean, he like at least I guess he got really mad at Jeff last night. I don't think he was mad at me because he's always been cool. I mean, him have always been cool, but like, yeah, I guess he got really pissed last night. I don't know. We did a stream last night, like an impromptu one, mostly because I think mostly inspired by the fact that Neurojack and him and Joshua Jones were sparring in the comments or something, and we basically just we just kind of like hosted the stream just for them to talk.
Yeah, White Mage is here. White Mage, jump on, dude. Don't linger in the comments.
White Mage never goes on stream. He never goes on stream.
I'm going to convince him today.
If he comes on stream, that'd be great. I'd love to talk to him because he's a cool guy. But
today is the day, White Mage. You're here. What's up? What's up is you need to get on stream because I'm not going to talk to you through comments. So voice only.
PF Young has tried the same thing. Has started the same tactic with him, and it never worked.
I don't know how to jump on. Click the link where it said go back to the Discord server. He posted the StreamYard link.
It's the StreamYard link it should be pinned in the chat, is it not?
Or go to his YouTube pinned chat comments at the top. There should be a StreamYard link. Click on it.
Yeah, just go back up to the top of the comments. If it's not showing up, I will post it again. I don't exactly understand all of this. This is the first time I've ever hosted a stream, so
I don't think you even have to log in to StreamYard like I never do. I think it just keeps your like guest visitor.
Yeah,
stats
you don't have to create an account or anything. You can just jump right in. Okay, well I don't know how to pin it then. I thought pinning it was as simple as.
A Plague of Arrows just posted it again there, White Mage. Just click on that one. There you go. Yeah. It's right there.
Right there.
Anyways, you don't have to actually use any legit emails or anything like that. Just
and you don't have to actually show your face.
And don't show. Yeah, if you're not comfortable showing your face, skip that part because I agree. I don't want you assholes knowing what I look like either. So
coward.
Yeah, coward, but still, whatever. That's fine.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the government. Actually, Chris, I'm more afraid of the crazy people online than the federal government. So that's
Oh,
why I
I'm
don't
not
want
afraid.
them
I'm
to
not
see
afraid of.
my.
I am far too boring for the federal government to give a shit about me. So I don't have any worries like that. Yeah,
Well, the
And the
shit I
crazy
talk
one online
about
is stupid.
offends all the super crazy people, so that's why I got to remain anonymous.
I'm getting a fight with all the crazy people. I want them all of them at the same time can't take me.
So, Mage, if you can't figure out how to get on, we'll postpone it for later. I don't think Emperor Dave's going to show up anyway. I think he's quickly realizing he's way outclassed in this discussion, so we'll postpone that for another day. But
Yeah, now that I'm here, of course.
yeah, Hank will fill the role. Hank, are you for or against racism?
What do you mean by racism?
Oh man, one of these. Just Google it. Just whip out a dictionary, Hank.
I'm for racism when it gives me more power, and against racism when it gives me less power.
And do you think that our country suffers from systemic racism?
Not really.
Okay, now the link is pinned in the chat. I didn't realize I had to. Once again, can we open Infowars? Sure. We can look at Infowars if you want to. I have not been to Infowars in. Actually, I haven't been to the website. I've seen clips and stuff. I haven't actually been to Infowars in probably. Oh God, years.
Infowars. Why are we going to Infowars?
I don't know. That's what Jack was like. Can we look at Infowars, please? I guess because I don't know. And he just like I was like, okay, whatever.
Infowars sucks. Why do we care about Infowars news?
Infowars makes the freaking frogs gay.
I mean, you know, and the funniest thing about that is that it wasn't even extreme enough. It actually the chemicals were actually make the frogs trans, not gay. And welcome,
Hey,
White
there's WM.
Welcome, White Mage. The very first time he's
I
ever gone
told
the
you,
stream.
I don't
know why
anything.
you chose my stream of all streams to make your your debut appearance, but there you go, man. Like I remember seeing PF Young like begging you to come on stream and talk to him, and you would not do so. So like, thank you for
welcome, White Mage,
giving me the honor. Hey man,
I don't know how good my audio is. I'm on AirPods right now.
That's
okay. Shit.
We got you.
You sound as good as Neurojack usually does.
I can swap to the phone mic if that's any better.
I can hear you. If you want to get better, you can. If we can't understand you, I'll let you know.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. It's everybody's got technical issues on the stream on every day. There's always something. So don't worry about it.
So White Mage, is the racism stuff your cup of tea, or do you have any other preferential topics you'd like to discuss?
What was it you guys were talking about on the Discord that you were talking about?
I was talking with Emperor Dave about whether or not we have systemic racism and whether or not NPCs or left-wing cucks are helping or hurting the situation. And I think he already knows what side he's on, and that's probably why he's not interested in engaging in debate. But anyways, and then White Mage jumped in and said, I have some words to share about race realism and stuff like that. And so I was like, great, well, let's just all get together and discuss it openly.
Yeah. So racism is good when it gives me more power, and bad when it gives me less power. It's that simple. So, for example, racism was good yesterday on Paul and Slave because I showed officer snaps, like I kicked off the snaps all around for an hour. And it was bad when Paul didn't let the show stay up after it got immediately he removed because he was embarrassed because I put some shit on him, but he put it back up so everyone can view it, for they to be educated. So racism was good again.
Yeah, you always count Hank for the most honest of all answers. So
thank you, Hank, for your input. So White Mage, do you want to go with racism, or do you have something else you'd rather talk about right now?
No, that's fine. I just happen to be all for it for a little while. For the good or bad thing, it basically just depends on the group. Like, it's good for the group that does it and bad for other groups.
I hold the position that all humans are racist, and some are in denial because they think all racism is bad, and so they avoid it like the plague. They'll deny it to the grave. They'll be like, "I was never racist. You can't ever pin that on me." And meanwhile, I'm trying to point out that it's not always negative because, like, human nature is racist just by design. But yes, you can overcome your design, but why overcome it? Because some racism has its place. Like, if you were a doctor and you're in charge of, like, prescribing a vaccine or a medicine to a large group of people, and this particular medicine only works on certain types of genetics, why would it be bad for you to racistly choose to only prescribe the medicine to whom their genes are affected? You know what I mean? Mr. Mage, that's your cue.
I think he's driving or something. So
Oh yeah, he may be like on a bicycle or something.
Yeah, or give him a second to actually we can respond. Don't do anything that's gonna get you.
Yeah, don't drive off the road or anything to respond.
Yeah.
So
Please don't. All right.
Anyways, until he comes back, this is why I want Jeff in the room, because I'm trying to convince him he's racist, but he's one of those guys that flails.
I think it forgot about my microphone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Now we can hear you.
There we go.
Go,
Okay.
Mage, go.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing applies to like police officers. If you're investigating a specific crime, you need to be kind of real about where you're going. Like, you're not going to go behind the white picket fence gated community of white people.
Yep. So, like, if you're in a hot pursuit of a suspect and the witnesses have already identified the suspect as a Caucasian, it doesn't help the cop to say, well, I'm not going to discriminate on race, so I'm just going to question everyone I catch and see if they are part of the crime. See, again, it's just stupid to deny racism, because there are times when it is useful.
Well,
and even people who will claim that, people who claim that races are skin deep and there's nothing deeper inside. You can actually, they've done studies on the way that liberals like code switch. They speak differently when they know they're talking to a black person than a white person. Everyone kind of does it.
So, Mage, you want me to go ahead and just open the can of worms, because you know what everybody's waiting for. So, do you believe that scientists have established for scientific fact that there is differences in like IQs and stuff between races?
Okay, I thought the thing that everyone was waiting for was that on 3 we're all going to say the N-word. Okay, 1,
no, I
2.
thought that too.
At least Hank could say it for us. I mean,
can I get an N-word pass, Hank?
I'm not even allowed to get the ball anymore because I voted for Trump.
Oh
shit! I forgot you don't have the pass anymore.
Also, it's Chris's stream. Can I get an N-word pass?
No.
Okay. We will refer to them as
But
African Americans.
You can
for
say
this
Negro.
stream.
That's allowed. Negro's allowed.
Oh, okay, Negro. We'll say Negro.
Oh,
okay.
that N-word. I thought you were talking about a different one.
No, not naggers. People that nag too much. That's unacceptable. You can't use that word.
I thought you meant nationalist. That's the one I was worried about.
Oh, that's another thing.
I'm really sick
that
of
brave
hearing about Christian nationalists right now.
So there's a problem, I5. IQ is bullshit. It's a bullshit metric made up by shrinks.
I'm not debating it with you, Hank. I was asking Mage if he wants to open up that discussion.
To sincerely answer that question, yes. I don't believe there's really that much controversy. I mean, heritability estimates in the United States right now hover around 80%.
Okay, so I think that's the type of topics that really rustles the jimmies of people like Emperor Dave, who again prefer to remain in the virtue signaling crowd and don't want to forfeit their rights and privileges to be uncanceled. And so, like I said, they're not helping. They're not helping the open, honest discussion. They're just continuing the same old censorship we've been going through for the past 20 or 30 years. And that's why there's the ongoing culture war, because you're allowed to talk about certain topics and you're not allowed to talk about other topics. And so that's why we can't make any progress in any of these discussions. Anywho, I will happily get into any type of debate you want, White Mage. I don't know what we disagree on yet. You'll have to kind of just go through your checklist of all the things you do subscribe to so that I can figure out which ones I'm for or against.
So the
Oh,
the racism debate is now been answered, I guess. Okay, so we solved
okay.
racism.
Yep.
Your-
Pretty
I
much.
thought your MBI type is ENTP. There you go. You want to debate that?
That's racist.
Yes, it is.
I'm glad you admitted that you're racist, Hank, because now I don't have to convince you. The only person left is Jeff. Jeff is the only one that's stuck in denial that he's the only unracist human that has ever existed.
Everyone's a little bit racist.
Everyone's a little, and some people don't understand that it doesn't always mean negative connotation. It doesn't mean if you're a racist, you think other races are inferior to you. That's not the definition of racism. That's the SJW definition of racism, so that
Except when
anyone
they are.
who disagrees with them can be labeled a racist. So even if it's not about racist stuff, it's just if you disagree with them, you're automatically a racist.
Yeah, for like
who is
things that
Emperor
we could
Dave?
debate over, I don't think we actually disagree on any of the race points. I have been putting together.
I'll take you up on the IQ thing.
Huh?
You already spoiled the answers for you. I told you if we jumped into a parallel dimension where the roles were reversed, and it turns out that white people colonized Africa and black people colonized Europe, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, the slave trade went the other way. And then the black people who established the United States of America took these white slaves from Africa to their country, and then got them behind in, you know, education, technology, all that stuff like that. Do you think there would be a different outcome then?
Yes.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that big of one if genetics are the same. Because like the kinds of people who will tell you that, oh, white people beat Hispanics on IQ tests for largely genetic reasons and Hispanics beat blacks, those are the same people who will tell you, oh yeah, East Asians beat white people. Like, they have no trouble admitting that.
Let's start with 2 for now. 3 complicates things. But,
do
you think the IQ test would still have the same results? That was my main question.
Hold it. Well, they'll say that, but then they'll come back around and make some other bullshit excuse to say. Well,
that's why I'm just doing it one step at a time, Hank. Just slow down, calm down. Okay, so Mage, again, do you think the IQ test
mainly they would come to the same order? You would see
you think they would
East
still
Asians,
have the same
then white people, then Hispanics, then black people.
You think they would still have the same IQ results even if I rearrange?
It wouldn't be identical down to the number because these things aren't like as genetically determined as your blood type or anything. But the order would be pretty much unchanged.
I think that's kind of the crux of the argument. That's what they're trying to prove with like the IQ test debate and stuff like that. They're trying to show that, you know, it really doesn't matter because, like, even in countries where black people are given equal rights and stuff like that, you know, their genetics just don't keep up or blah, 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 blah. And I keep trying to point out to them that that's still a tainted data set because you don't know what led up to that black IQ in Britain or whatever in 1940s or whatever, because you have to trace the whole genetic tree back to Africa and Europe and all that jazz.
I find
in places where you don't have winters,
because the metric is busted. I mean, it's a quotient instead of the raw number, like it was. I think the raw numbers used to be called mental age, was the raw number. They don't give us the raw number; they give us a quotient. They average it through. If they were being honest, they would just give us the raw performance number. So that whole metric is busted.
Hank,
it's a quotient because it's compared to the average. By design, it is made such that the average is 100 and a standard deviation is 50.
They should give us the wrong number, not a quotient. The metric's busted.
Okay, first of all, Hank, you don't have to convince me that IQ is bullshit because I am very familiar of why Asians score so high on IQ tests, and simply being able to be good at taking tests is not an accurate evaluation of human intelligence. And so just because you're good at taking tests doesn't prove that you are the smartest race on Earth. I don't give a shit about all of those debates, but I love when people think that's the final answer. Like, ha ha ha, science has proved it once and for all. We were right all along. What I'm saying is it's way more complicated than that. It's so much more complicated than IQ tests. It's way more complicated than genetics. It's more complicated than environment. It boils down to free will. And it's very complicated.
We already solved free will. It's just blaming something. So it doesn't matter if you control it all the way, but if you put blame on the entity, then as free will, then you can punish it. We always solve that issue.
I know why people fail at the points they do. It just takes a long time to explain why they fail, and that's where I lose most of these discussions, because I don't have the time to go through the full history and all the layers of complexity.
Because your narrative just doesn't make sense.
So you can't address free will in the current state because you also have to account for environment, including history, environmental history, like the whole cultural background of how you got here. And genetics, because genetics still plays a role in your brain development, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very complicated.
Let's just solve this right now. Here we go.
Okay. Everybody's a little racist.
But I guess it's true.
Between me and you, I think
Everyone's a little bit racist sometimes. Doesn't mean judgments based on race. Now, not.
Yeah, I actually prefer the Family Guy skit of the Museum of Racism or Stereotypes or whatever. That one's better.
No,
Yeah.
Well,
So
no,
there is a point I need to address about like why we use a quotient instead of a raw number.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Think about the difficulty of the questions that are presented, because we can tailor that however we want it. If you presented questions that were so easy no one could get them, that would be pointless. That would be a useless test. Those questions don't do anything to discriminate people. If you also made any question that was so hard that no one got it, or like nobody got it besides just random chance, then that's also a question that's completely pointless. It's not a discriminator. Quotients are used because they actually discriminate the differences in scores between people.
Here's the problem. I can get raw numbers from a computer benchmark. Processing. If it's about processing power, if IQ is about processing power, then there should be a raw number there. The plain and simple. This quotient stuff is just BS to repackage all kinds of garbage to make it sound probably protect people's feelings, lie for money. If it's about performance of the brain, there's a raw number there. Don't hide it with a quotient.
I don't get how.
Oh, we lost Mage. Come back, Mage, when your connection works. Maybe his phone lost signal or something.
Yeah. He was in the middle. He was in the middle of listening, so I'm sure.
Yeah, he said, "I blip."
There we go.
He's back.
Who's back?
Go ahead, Mage. Try again.
Yeah, it's like I think his microphone's giving him trouble. So
We'll let you know when your audio is working. Not yet. Now you muted yourself, or someone muted you.
no, he's not muted by me. He's just it's a self mute. So
First, you got to unmute, Mage, and then we'll test your audio.
anyway, but boo, G-Next Jeff says so.
Jeff's in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why are you
Stay
in the
mad,
chat,
Jeff.
What the hell, dude? I thought
Stay
you were
mad,
busy.
Jeff.
You lied. You were afraid. Jeff was afraid I was going to prove on stream that he was racist. That's why he ducked out.
Hello? Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're back. You're back, Mage. We got you. Go, speak.
I was just saying I don't understand what the difficulty is in, like, what the problem is in using a quotient.
Because I can get raw performance numbers from computer benchmarks when it's on processing. People argue that IQ is about brain power and processing. Then I should simply be able to have a raw number.
Yeah, the difference there is that as far as your IQ score, it's not just a single test you take. It's a whole bunch of smaller tests. And these correlate with something called G, which is like your general intelligence that's kind of trying to measure your brain processing. But different people do differently well on things like verbal IQ, spatial IQ, short-term memory, reordering things in their head. So which of those things you want to call processing power is like really up in the air. What we're really talking about is G, which is what those things relate to.
Don't hide it behind a quotient. Just give me the individual stat numbers instead.
Either way, Hank, it doesn't matter whether you filter for raw numbers or quotients. The stats don't lie. They favor certain races.
No, you can lie with statistics all the time. There's lies again, lies with statistics. Give me the raw numbers.
So the real problem is you need to first figure out whether or not the value of human life should be determined by IQ and stuff like that. That's the first question.
No, I'm not going to use IQ because it's a mess. It's a statistical soup. Maybe I'll use the wrong numbers, but I don't have the wrong numbers. I have a statistical soup. So the answer is no. Give me better numbers.
I was trying to show you how you would be productive in this conversation with White Mage. So even though he's correct that currently the IQ tests indicate the answer, I'm saying it's way more complicated than that. I concede the point, but it's more complicated than that.
It's not giving me the answer. It's giving me some statistical.
Yeah, it is, Hank. There's no more debate about it. That's why they feel like they've already won. There's no more debate.
Yeah, of course, the base story is trying to sell. This is garbage.
The question here, Hank, that I have is you say that maybe people are lying or they're misrepresenting something by using a quotient. Can you show me how, if the raw numbers showed that black people had,
We lost you again, mate.
That's how. Your tech don't work and mine does. That's how.
Oh, got him.
Yeah.
Hank, while he's gone, let me just give you all the answers real quick. Okay, so first of all, I explained that you first have to go into an alternate dimension where the roles are reversed. So then you can show that there's no magical gene. It's not the white gene that makes you smarter. It's simply over long periods of time through the process of evolution, you can select for like smarter people, more stronger people, more athletic people, so on and so forth. Because of the way our current timeline worked out, it just so happens that we selected for the outcome of the current conditions we have. That doesn't prove that the white gene is smarter. It just simply proves that that's what we established in this timeline. We could completely change it in another timeline where the black gene appears to be smarter because all the IQ tests prove that they have higher scores in the parallel dimension.
Interesting. Can you show me a timeline where I am emperor?
No. Fuck off.
I'm
the only emperor. Okay, White Mage is back. He's probably gonna wrestle with his microphone for a second. You're still on mute, dude. So.
And also, just have to point out that this is my stream today, so I'm the emperor. So if I want to remove you or whatever, I can. So.
All hail Chris.
So cut out that emperor talk, okay?
All hail Hypno Chris.
I apologize for that. My connection sucks out here.
That's all right, man.
It just dropped me out again.
Where are you at? I mean, like in the country. You don't tell them to you don't have to dock yourself.
I'd rather not say.
You're out on the street, so be careful.
I'm in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, United States.
It's not important.
Come at me.
It's not.
I'm on camera.
The point I was going to say was, if it is his assertion, if it's his case that, I don't know, black people have way higher raw numbers for IQ than white people are, how could you construct a quotient that shows the other way around?
I bias pretty much I bias the output to weight, change the weight. I change the weight of the output that has black people with the higher scores that black people have will be weight heavier than other scores for the weekend. So it will come up with a bigger number in the quotient due to weight. So I weigh the stats.
Okay, we know that's not happening because everyone agrees on which questions are harder than others. Like what you're saying could be possible if different people had very different disagreements of like, oh, this question's really easy and somebody else says it's really hard. And that's biased between groups. But everyone seems to agree on how difficult the questions are. We don't move the order like that.
Citation needed.
Hank,
Citation needed.
Hank, let me save you some time, buddy. I think the best
no,
thing.
don't save me times. I'll do it better.
Okay,
Citation
okay.
needed.
The best thing you're going to come up with is some kind of like plot twist at the end where you say,
No,
"Aha,
citation needed. I
ethnicity."
thought. Shut up.
Ethnicity is a variable because it's tied to both race and culture.
No,
and then
I
they'll
thought
prove you wrong.
I'm not using that argument. It's garbage.
Okay, go show a better one.
Yes. So he's claiming that people agree on the difficulty of the questions in the IQ test. Citation needed. He needs to show that. There's no evidence.
They agree on the order of the difficulty. Some people are going to say questions are harder, and others will say they're easier. But among the hard questions, everybody agrees those are harder than the questions that everybody agrees are easier. It's just the ordering of the questions that matters.
So are the questions where people disagree on the difficulty?
No, it's not questions where people disagree on the difficulty. It's questions where people disagree on the order of the difficulty.
No, my question is, do any questions exist on any IQ test where people disagree on the difficulty?
Yes.
Okay.
Like Inuits do super well on visual spatial reasoning. Like Jews do pretty poorly at that. Jews do really well at verbal IQ.
But they're really good at math. Especially
yeah,
when it comes
these
to
differences
banking.
exist out here.
I mean, I did really well in both those things, and I'm still moron. So.
But that doesn't mean
I'm living proof
that puts the
IQ
orders out of
testing doesn't
alignment.
mean shit because like my IQ is supposedly like very, very high, but I'm an idiot.
So Mage, if for any reason we get cut off suddenly, I just want to save this for another discussion. Do you agree that humans exist on at least 3 planes of existence?
On 3 planes of existence?
Yes, I'm asking Mage.
I understand that, but I'm still trying to understand.
I don't know exactly what that means.
Okay, there's the physical plane, the spiritual realm, and then the soul level.
Wouldn't soul level be the spirit? Wouldn't soul be the spiritual?
Show me the soul level.
I'd be like, I'd be more like more open if you're saying physical, mental, and spiritual. But
That's
okay.
You can use whatever word you can call it body, mind, and heart,
spirit,
or soul, or I don't give a fuck what you call it.
Spirit, whatever, yeah, that's fine.
But it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Body, mind, and soul.
Yes, I'm a dualist. I believe in the 2-plane model where there is the material plane and there's also the anime plane, where if you get hit by a truck or you die in real life, you get isekai'd into the anime world.
Because if you're gonna get into a really deep discussion with me, I will use those terms. So I understand maybe Hank won't insist on it, but and then most other people won't. Maybe at best it's 2. It's like body and mind. But the reason why it's important is because, as I mentioned before, there are at least 3 variables to humans. There's their genetics, their environment, and their free will.
No, free will's no.
Those are 3 different variables that you have to account for in this discussion to have it properly, and I don't have time to start that
not
can
even
of
a
worms.
variable. It's an assertion.
I'm talking to Mage, Hank. We can have a separate discussion another time, but I already know you don't agree to my 3 planes, so I'm just seeing if Mage can understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, give me just a sec.
What about money? You didn't even factor in the money plane.
That's mind.
So
the money plane is the place where you can bet on anything.
That's mind. Yeah. It only has value because you believe it has value, Hank.
I posted that joke comment that's only like a half joke in the philosophy whatever room that compatibilism is correct. That's my stance. It says that
okay, I can
if
still
it doesn't yeah,
I can still argue 2 out of 3 variables, but again, with me, you're never going to get the full answer unless you discern the 3 levels.
The reason I say that is because there are genes and there is environment.
Yes,
but
correct.
What we're calling free will is those genes expressed in that environment.
That's
free will is like a derived variable out of those other 2 things.
Free will is not a manifestation of the mind. It's not like a bug or a feature.
It is.
It's on a whole different level. So
It's a manifestation of mind. We proved that in our last discussion.
no, Hank. It's not chemical reactions. It's not an illusion that the universe is arguing with itself. But anyways, Mage, so if you ever want to have a serious discussion with me about racism, if you can at least, give me the humor me that there's a third level, we can have that discussion.
See, this is why I5 believes he always wins.
Yes, because I rearrange the term so that I win no matter what, by definition. That's it.
Yes,
Figured
exactly.
it out.
And it's boring.
I know. I hate it when words have meaning. It sucks. We should just make noises at each other instead, Hank.
I'm just, not totally sure what we mean by these levels.
Okay,
I don't
so
even
one
know
more
if we
time,
disagree
Mage.
on that.
Do you agree that humans have a genetic component?
Yes.
That's physical. Do you agree that
Mhm.
there is a mind realm in which influences human existence? So, for example, their ability to perceive and calculate data, and especially in the environment, like what they're taught.
I want to believe that, so I'll say desire check. Yes, I hope that's the case, but I don't know.
I'm talking about information. Information doesn't have any physical properties, so you're never
Correct.
going to
False.
you're never
Information
going
has
to
physical
scientifically detect information. So, anyways,
False. Of course you can.
You can't
shut up, Hank.
stick a
Shut up.
thermometer into a book and figure out how much meaning or purpose it has. I understand that.
Okay,
Of course
so
you can.
we're on two levels. Now, where does free will exist, Mage? Or does it exist?
I would say with holding people accountable, it's a responsibility thing.
There you go. So
That's what I said.
So
Yeah.
Mage, is it theoretically possible that a human could be born with certain genes and be raised in a certain environment and yet still override two of those things with his own free will to decide that he's just going to study really hard and become smart regardless of all those factors?
I think that's a manifestation of those genes in that environment.
Okay, so you and I will bicker over details, but I think you understand where I'm going with this.
I love lamp as well, Jack.
Okay. Loud noises! Hank killed a guy with a trident.
He was begging for it. I was fulfilling his wish.
Mage, are we on the same page or not? Or did I lose you between step 2 and 3?
I don't think so, because I would call that, the choices you make given the situation you're in are the genes that you have and what you grew up in.
Okay, Mage. Let's call it internal environment and external environment. Is that satisfactory?
I'm not sure what that means. Your environment
Internal
is just
environment
everything
would be
that your
your own
body
free
is exposed
your
to.
own free will choice to decide your own fate.
Yes, people have the ability to kind of decide their own environment. This is the reason that heritability estimates go up with age. That's very
But you also have things in your environment that
counterintuitive for most people.
But you also have things in your environment you don't control. So should you just lump all those together?
Hey, I fight. Can I just
I wouldn't
roll
simplify
forward?
it to that degree.
That's
but
what you
the point
do.
I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is there are parts of your environment you don't have any control over, but there are a lot that you do. But the way that you influence your own environment is by your genes.
Don't lump them together. If you conflate them, you just make the discussion worse. You're not helping.
Yes, that's what we're going to do. I fight. Can I make myself taller?
Yes. Yes, you can.
I can make myself taller with my free will. I want you to go on camera and make yourself taller for us.
You can go to the doctor and he can put bone implants or something, and
that's external. That's external.
But you have to make the free will choice to go ask the doctor to do it for you. So
that's an external thing.
Anyways,
I agree. So this confuses a lot of people. You assume that as you're a kid, your genes are the most important thing, and then as you get older, you're exposed to more things in the environment, and environment matters more. It's actually the opposite. Your genes matter more the older you get. When you're a kid, environment determines a lot of things.
This is where you and I will debate. I will debate this so long as you can keep your terms separate. I don't like conflating terms, but if you can separate them, I will debate you on every little minutia. So feel free to bring it up in the future.
Yeah, well, that case is
we're talking about
very
right
well
now.
established that heritability goes up the older you are.
I don't think we have the time right now, Chris. This would take a long time to set up. It would take
I've got all day.
Okay, let's go, Mage.
Well, there is a good reason for that. The reason is that as you get older, your genes can more manifest themselves.
First of
You
all,
get to decide your own environment. You get to decide, like, what kind of things do I want to eat? What kinds of things do I think are tasty or less tasty? When you're a kid, that kind of stuff is decided for you. How much you exercise is decided for you. It's not up to you. So
okay,
as you get
Mage.
older, you can decide those things for yourself. So your
First of
genes
all,
actually matter more.
First of all, in order to properly address this, now I have to explain the concept of the dynamic process of a human. Are you talking about a child or an adult?
Well, that's the thing. That's my point, is that when you're a kid, other people make those decisions for you. If there are genetic differences that would cause people to make different decisions, they don't manifest as kids.
So
When you're an adult is when those differences manifest.
let's ponder an adult for a second then. If you could just ballpark off the top of your head how important by percentage each one of those factors are, what would you say? Going with body, mind, and free will.
Depends on what trait we're talking about.
Each one, you tell us. Like, is it 50% important genetics?
No,
is
what I
it
mean is, are we
10%
talking about
important environment? What
someone's
how would you rate
income,
those?
or are we talking about how much they can bench press?
I'm talking about the
will
value
vastly
of the
change
human
heritability.
being. Where do we derive the value of the human being? Do we judge them based on their genetics? Do we base them judge on their environment? Do we judge them based on their free will?
That in economics is a really open and difficult question. When you do cost-benefit analyses, you find that the average person seems to value their life at about $400,000 per year, or something ridiculous like that. That's how you do things. You compare the way that people, how much more money they need to get in order to do a job that's riskier for
That's
their
environment.
life. No, I'm telling you, if you want to know how much people value their own lives, that's the way that that's measured.
I'm asking
like
you
somebody who's
how you would do
painting
it.
a
Like,
house
how
and
would
they have
you
to,
evaluate this person? What characteristics would you focus on? What's more important?
how would I evaluate the value of a human? I would probably go with my close friends and family, and then if I had to pull the trolley problem lever, that's how I would evaluate things. Like, how much are they contributing towards society? Probably.
I'm trying to get you to understand like how you prioritize things. Like which category has higher priority, or are they all equal? Is it 33% across the board? They're all equal.
I don't know what that means. It depends on the trait
Okay,
you're
so
talking
like
about.
I'm trying to figure out whether or not Hank is a valuable human being. So I'm going to put equal value on his genetics, his environment, and the free will choices he made. Does that sound like a fair assessment?
I have no value because I think I-Fi is wrong. It's that simple.
Or should I place more emphasis on his free will choices versus his genetics? What do you think?
I don't know what you mean by valuing human beings. You're talking about, like, if I pull the lever on the trolley problem, like, who do I let die?
Like whether or not
make
he's
sure lives or something?
intelligent, whether or not he's a benefit to society, whether or not his, we should save his genes or not, or whatever. Whatever the topic, doesn't matter. It just depends on how you evaluate them.
I would evaluate by how much I think they're contributing towards society.
Okay, so
like how much are they going out of their way to help people?
What variables are you
those are the kinds of genes I want to preserve.
What variables
are
you
the
using
kinds
to
of
determine that?
I guess what they do in their free time. Are they creating things, or are they just kind of browsing TikTok and Instagram? Like, that person's not as valuable to me because they're just kind of consuming.
Let me give you a scenario and see if you can correct me and see if I'm not getting it quite right. Let's say we're trying to design the master human race, and we want the smartest people we can find. And so we did all the IQ tests, and we did and we factored in everything: culture, background, you name it. Economic ability, all that bullshit. Woke feelings, it doesn't matter. Everything was thrown into the pot. And the outcome of all those tests was that Orientals are the smartest human beings when it comes to doing math.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're trying to find this perfect race of human beings because we need calculators to colonize Mars or whatever. And so that's the only thing we care about. The only thing we care about is human calculators. So would you agree that the solution is we need to weed out all the other races and only breed Orientals because all we care about are the human calculators?
If all you care about is IQ, yeah, then breeding would get you there very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now do you see? So now I'm
I'm going to stop you there.
No, you're not.
Yes, I'm going to stop you there. Have you heard of the Cavendish banana? I'll just tell you. If they generally selected one type of banana to be the best, and it was wiped out by a plague because there was not enough genetic diversity. So you can
you're not selecting for the ability to resist plagues. You're selecting for IQ.
Yeah. So you could optimize one thing and end up getting something you didn't want because you didn't factor in some other thing that's also important.
Yes, that's true. That happens.
Okay, so getting back to my point, you see how I chose 100% emphasis on genetics because genetics has determined this group of people naturally are better at mathematics than everyone else. So I don't even care what environment we put them in or what free will choices they make because we've already got the answer we want. We just want human calculators and therefore done. The problem's over. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you understand my emphasis problem. See, I put
I think
100% emphasis on genetics, 0 on the other two categories. I don't give a shit about the other two categories.
The thing is how.
So now let's ask the cultural question: which race of people are a benefit to society? And you can start with like Western society. I don't care. Eastern, Western, pick your society. I don't care.
Well, if we're talking about these environmental things, like culture is kind of a manifestation of your genes, but it's also a part of your environment that you don't have control of when you're a kid, and you get more control of it as you get older. If we're talking about environment in that way, we can't say for sure how important it is, because it could turn out that there's a pill that you can take that only affects Swahilis. But if you take it, it improves your IQ by 4 standard deviations or something. And then environment becomes extremely meaningful. So whether or not you take this pill, it's like everybody would take this pill and then Swahilis blast ahead of everyone else. But when we look in the real world, when we observe
Orientals, are you an old man in the 50s?
I actually brought up that term. I wanted to separate Asians because Asians include Russians and Indians, so it wouldn't work in my example.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's why I say East Asians. It means the same thing.
I just call them Orientals because I know what I have in mind. But anyways, go ahead.
So in the real world, when we look at how the data hashes out for how important these environments are right now, we haven't found anything like that. We haven't found some magic pill that only affects certain people and not others and blasts them ahead of everyone else. Right now, environment seems to matter not that much.
Oh yeah, it does. It's a important variable, but it's not the 100% silver bullet that people are looking for to win debate.
Not to say that AI is necessarily is the final word on it, but according to the AI asking about this question, it does that the influence in genetics on outcomes can change over time and is affected by various factors. It plays a crucial role in determining physical and psychological characteristics. All human traits, from one's height to one's fear of heights, is driven by complex interplay between the expression of inherited genes and feedback from the environment. However, the relationship between your genes can change over time as you have new experiences. In some situations, genes play a larger role in determining your behavior. In other situations, environment plays a larger role. And then it goes on and says, well, genetics do influence outcomes. The degree of influence can vary depending on the specific outcome being considered and can change over time due to environmental factors and personal experiences. So that is the AI's summary of, I don't know, 4 or 5 different websites, various views on that specific question. I think that it sounds fairly balanced. I mean, there are some. It is citing some actual research journals. So
yeah, I mean, where you are is going to influence how important specific genes you have are, because you could have a gene that makes you super fat anytime you have just a little bit of sugar, but if you're in an environment that doesn't have that much sugar, that gene doesn't matter much. If you change environments, it becomes really important. So the environment you're in influences how important genes are.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh,
I had to get a cup of water. So White Mage, I gave you a very extreme example to make you understand my point. Now let me give you a better example, and then allow you to correct me or even provide a better example than I'm providing. So, what if I were to evaluate the value of a human being using 80% emphasis on their free will choices and 10% on their environment and 10% on their genetics? Would that be better or worse than 100% emphasis on their genetics?
When you start controlling for their free will choices, you are controlling for genetics.
I didn't
To
say
some degree.
controlling, I said taking into account. I'm evaluating this person.
When you take into account the choices that someone makes for themselves, you are evaluating their genetics.
Right, but I'm not placing the emphasis, like the importance of whether or not this human is valuable. I care less about their genetics and more about their free will choices.
Yeah,
You
what
see
I'm
where
saying is
going with
you
this?
just listed 3 things. You actually just listed 2.
I'm just comparing to. We can compare all 3. I care less about their environment, and I care less about their genetics, and I care more about their free will choices. That's why
And
I
I'm
said
telling you, when you
80,
say free will
10, and
choices,
10.
you're including genetics in that. That is like that's you have free will choices and you also have environment.
I didn't stop recognizing genetics as one of the variables. I'm showing you where to place the emphasis to properly evaluate this subject.
What I'm saying is when you say there are these 3 things, there's free will choice, then environment, then genetics. When you say free will choice, that
Where'd
is
you go, Hank?
genetics.
I think I've lost you because I tried to show you like the extreme case in the other direction. So like the first time when we were doing the human calculators experiment, we didn't care about environment or free will choice because their genetics already told us the answer, that they are the best at doing the goal of human calculators. So now we have a
Okay.
new goal.
I think I can better explain where this disconnect is happening.
Okay,
Uh,
go for it.
okay. Say there is a gene that causes you, if you have weights, to want to lift weights. People who have that gene and they're around weights end up getting really strong because it makes them want to lift weights. When you control for quote unquote free will, are you including their desire to want to lift weights as
Yes.
free will or genes? Which of those is it?
Yes.
Because I'm telling you it's both.
I am including it. That's why it's not 0. It's not 0. We're not ignoring genetics. We're not ignoring environment. We're just accounting for it and moving on because
How
it's
much of their
not
desire
important.
to lift weights would you say is free will versus being genetics?
Well, that's the old debate, but that's where I'm going with this. That's what I'm saying is like you can try and convince me that it doesn't matter if you have this illusion of free will because your choices are determined by your genetics and your environment, which I completely reject. But that's why these people keep debating this topic.
What point are you trying to get to, because like I don't really understand like are you just trying to argue that like what's your ultimate point?
I'm trying to show
what is your thesis here? Like
I'm trying to show
what
what a
hypothesis you're
giant
trying to-
waste of time the topic of racism is because of why the 100% emphasis on genetics is so important when we're talking about mankind. And so I'm not saying I'm disregarding it. I don't want white mates to misunderstand me. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm not saying 0% important. I'm saying it's so low that I don't care. Like I don't care what your genetics are. And even if it gives you some sort of fair or unfair advantage, like you said, if it was a weightlifting competition, and some people have the genetics that predispose them to lift weights, as opposed to the other people that don't have that gene, then it sounds like the game's already rigged in their favor. Correct, White Mage? Do I
Yes, it
understand
is.
you correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I understand that particular example, which I understand we have to sometimes just narrow it down to like one example so we understand each other. You understood why I was trying to create human calculators earlier, because I was just giving you an example where I don't care about their environment. I don't care about free will. We're just going to let the genetics decide who's best and done.
Well,
So then it really has nothing to do with race
too.
then. Then this has nothing to do with race because
It has everything to do with race. That's pure race. That's a pure race argument. If that's your goal. If your goal is to make human calculators,
someone with the race of being or race, color, whatever you want to call it, of any different type can end up with the genetics that makes them super predisposed to any of those things. And
no, they already have the genetics. That's the point, Chris. We already have the data now. This isn't theoretical. Like we already have the genetics in place today.
And yet, somebody can still, by the random mechanics of genetics, can still it doesn't matter what color a person can be born a genius at something, and absolutely throw the whole curve off. I mean, it's silly. I mean, it's like the reason why racism is a problem is because it means that you're judging every single person based on the color of their skin as the same thing, as definitely having the same characteristics, even though they might statistically have higher characteristics in certain areas. It doesn't mean that they're all are going to be that way, which is why we don't judge people based on race. I don't understand what we're even talking about at this point.
So at the beginning of this little chat, you'll notice that I pointed out that not only can you change genetics, it's already unimportant even if you couldn't change genetics. So I take it into account because I don't disregard it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I personally don't give a shit. So if I was emperor of the country, I would focus on way more important topics than what genetics you were born with. So unless I'm a doctor and I'm distributing a vaccine or something, something.
And what would you focus on instead?
Free will.
Free will. Okay, yeah. So I mean, we have free will. So
not everybody believes that, Chris. There's your first problem.
No, well, they don't have to believe that if they don't want to.
I mean, if I'm king of the world and there are people who are like genetically predisposed towards violence, I'm not saying wipe them out or they're worthless. I'm just saying I don't want to live around them.
Oh, I agree. There's definitely a cultural question and a national question and all that jazz. So anyways, we can still have interesting conversations about, what role genetics plays in society and stuff like that, Mage. But I don't want to get into the weeds with like whether or not IQ tests are accurately being reported or not. You can do that with Hank. That's Hank's cup of tea. But I've heard this debate so many times. I've lost interest in it completely. So I know what the net result is of the discussion, and I would rather just move on to more productive and interesting conversation. So White Mage, let's look at a cultural component real quick. Let's see if we can agree or disagree on that one. Are you aware of the current the political situation we're in the United States?
Kinda.
Okay. Are you aware of the whole woke SJW movement thing that's been going on for a while?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you think those people are contributing to society, or are they parasites slowly destroying what little society we have left?
Think it's a little bit like having a lack of antibodies in your body, so they don't recognize bacteria and viruses when they're coming in. So like they're contributing, but they're allowing for dangerous things to enter, dangerous ideas that are going to influence people.
You think they're contributing to the national discussion on topics like racism, for example?
I meant like contributing to society, as in like they produce stuff, they have jobs.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I needed to specify. I see how that was ambiguous. Do you think they're contributing to the national discussion on topics like racism, for example?
Kind of. I mean, like they present ideas. I don't think the ideas are pretty good, but.
Okay, so when
they're contributing in the sense that they are definitely adding words and sounds.
They're saying things.
I mean,
they're definitely they're definitely race baiting in an environment that's almost void of racism. So I agree with that. They're definitely contributing something. Do you think that's helping though? Do you think that's helping our society unite and grow and move on to Star Trek technology or whatever?
Probably
I don't
not,
think so.
no,
I think that people who, like specifically white people, are the only ones who aren't racist when you actually look at how they behave.
You just said,
"Hey, Chuck."
Hey, Chuck. So the reason why I summoned you here today, Mage, was because you accidentally arrived right when I was having a discussion about this very topic with another person named Emperor Dave, who's more than happy to show up anytime he wants.
He probably doesn't know. He did. Probably, I don't think he's in the Discord, so he probably doesn't even have the link. So
He's on the Discord. He sees the conversation we're having.
Oh, did it? I didn't know he was on the Discord.
Yeah. He chimes in every once in a while. Anyways, I don't think I kind of doubt he's gonna show up. Just for I'm pretty good at predicting.
He might be streaming himself right now. He streams a lot of times around the same time we do. So
we're all busy. We can. White Mage was quite busy and never appears on streams, and yet here he is. So
I mean, feel free to message him. Like, message.
Miracles happen.
Message him per Dave and see if he'll come on. I mean,
anyways,
I'm on my friends list, so I don't see him here. So
anyways, White Mage. My point is, I waste more time trying to like convince like centrists and leftards whether or not they're helping in this national discussion on racism, as opposed to everyone else who has moved on and is trying to focus on things like where our economy's going and whether or not our border is secure and other minor details that we might want to address eventually. But anyways, that was my point. White Mage, we can talk about it. I don't want to hijack the whole stream, so if we want to shift to a new topic,
it's all right. I mean, like I'm happy that that White Mage is here, and therefore I'm interested to hear him talk about anything. So like, I mean, like I said, like I people have been trying to get you on the stream for a long time, so I'm very.
You're welcome.
You've got a video that you posted up in the Discord. Do you want to like watch that? Do you want to play that on the stream and like and talk about
it? My latest one's probably my best because I go over the greatest number of arguments.
Well, pull it up, and I'll put it up on screen.
I think Hank should definitely watch that. That might help him out.
Yeah, I've got 3 that are on like race IQ stuff specifically.
I don't know if Hank is still listening or not. He maybe had to go. So Chuck, do you want to change the topic or something, or throw in your 2 cents? What's up? We can't hear you. I can't hear you. Maybe they can hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear you either, Chuck. I don't know. Your mic's not working. You're not muted, so.
You're not muted. I can see you, Chuck, but I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Now you're muted. Now you're definitely muted.
Yeah. You're unmuted now. Okay, he's gonna
wrestle with technology, as we all do. One of these days, technology will work, and then we'll all die.
Yep, that's the internal question. That's where it's all headed.
So, White Mage, I don't want to pigeonhole you. I know you're pretty passionate about the topic, but I'll definitely talk about anything else you want to talk about. I just thought you would have a very solid.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I think I've pretty much said everything I want to say about it. That's the reason I don't expect I'm going to make any more videos about it, because I think I've addressed all the major rebuttals or arguments. I do have a video in the works involving economics. There's a guy unlearning econ who is this weird, like, rainbow liberal who's cherry picking a lot of stuff, and I really don't like the kinds of things that he says and the way that he presents information. So I am going to make an economics video. It's completely like out. I'm just editing it together right now.
I can stir the pot real quick if Chris wants me to.
Stir the pot how?
By asking him some questions.
Go ahead. I mean, you're welcome to. You're welcome to.
White Mage.
It's an open panel stream. Everyone's
hey, White Mage. What's your view on ethnic nationalism?
Pro.
Why?
Because genes matter a lot. I think when you're looking at any sort of larger political, social scope, that you can't ignore something like that.
Do you think the world would be a better place if all the birds of a feather just simply flocked together?
Not 100%, but for the most part, I think, yeah.
I'm still on the fence on this topic because I see the pros and cons of each view. I'm kind of biased towards this little melting pot we got going on over here, but in the long run, I think we forgot to ask the question, at what price?
Yeah, like by diversifying, you can get extremely cheap stuff because you'll bring in people who are willing to do stuff for less. So there's a kind of economic boon that arises from that. But there are
Also,
trade-offs
if
to it.
all the human calculators live in one country, then they have a monopoly on the free market, and I'm a capitalist, so I'm against that.
Oh, sorry, Chuck. Sorry, I was
Testing.
trying to send a message on Discord. I only have one
Oh,
screen,
that's
so
okay.
I can't jump back and forth like some people.
I just popped up, so can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Chuck. Audio
I
good.
had to change headphones for some reason.
No problem.
Oh,
I might play
oh.
one of your videos in a minute, Jack, if the conversation like dies out or something. Well, anyway, Chuck, what did you have to say? What did you have to add to this?
Oh, I'm gonna say the woke movement. All they're doing is taking a playbook out of the 1920s, 30s era.
Would it be Marxist by chance?
I'm thinking more the guy with the funny mustache playbook.
Oh.
You know, a little dissent, started off as a little dissent, started off as a little movement, started edging their way in the government until they got enough of their people in there, and kaboom.
I know I hate Charlie Chaplin too.
Yeah.
That
But
bastard.
it kind of reminds me of a page out of that playbook, the way the deep progressives are playing.
Chuck, I'm so right wing that I don't see the difference between fascists and commies. They all look the same to me at this point.
Oh, I'm right wing too. You know, I mean, I'm a center right, but I'm still a lot of the stuff they do left. I cannot go along with.
I used to be center right, but then I talk to humans and they have pushed me so far right that I can't even see you guys anymore from where I'm standing.
Yeah, economic stuff is where I end up disagreeing with a lot of other people on the right.
Capitalism, there's no debate.
Yeah, capitalism is the only thing that's going to work.
Controlled to some degree, because you don't want people to have too much pricing power.
The only controls is antitrust laws to prevent monopolies. That's it.
Yeah, you get rid of monopolies, which we're actually getting a lot of. If we can get rid of monopolies, I think capitalism will be okay.
And of course, you have rule of law made, so you can't kill people and steal their shit. But as long as you play fair, the free market decides your value.
Right.
Kind of, because the reason that monopolies are bad. They have price control, so they get to reduce their output, and then that creates dead weight loss in the society. That also applies.
Antitrust laws. We agree.
The thing about that is that market power is not just on the seller side. There are also buyers in the labor market who can do the opposite. They can also restrict quantity, but by reducing the price instead of increasing the price. So this is a reason that a controlled minimum wage actually can be good.
No, get that socialist bullshit out of here. I'm not having any of it.
I thought that would be
what's
controversial.
socialist about a control? I mean, we already have a minimum wage. Why is that socialist?
You can take your minimum wage and shove it all the way up your ass. I'm not having any part of it.
I mean,
you won't find me arguing for an
give me an
across-the-board
argument for that.
wage.
Give me an argument for why a minimum wage is essentially a bad thing. I mean,
because capitalism is the voluntary exchange of goods and services by privately owned property, resources, and citizens. So, if you force me to pay my workers a certain rate, I don't have a say over my own company, how to run my own company. And so you think you're so smart and that you're going to eliminate poverty, but all you're really doing is eliminating jobs, because now I can't afford to pay 10 people minimum wage as opposed to one person the wage I can afford to pay them, whatever that rate is.
The argument is not one of economic inefficiency. It's an argument that someone is being forced to do something.
I don't care what your feelings are on the topic. As soon as you violate my voluntary exchange of goods and services between my fellow neighbors, you're a socialist and you can go to hell.
Someone could say that about a monopoly too. You could say, "Oh, well, you don't need to buy the
I know.
But
I'm not
if
one
you
of
want
those.
it, you could buy it from us."
It basically means yes. It's basically the same thing. I mean, like antitrust laws and minimum wage seem like the very similar type things.
No, they're very different.
Well,
they are
minimum
the exact
wage
same thing
takes away
on opposite sides.
Yeah, I agree. It's just that one of them prevents the companies from controlling and the other. Yeah,
That's why I never claimed to be a laissez-faire capitalist. You got to have some rules. Humans are evil
Mi-
and retarded, so you have to account for all that.
Minimum wage keeps people from seeking a different, better job.
It also forces employers to pay rates they didn't agree to and may not be able to afford, and therefore employ less people. So it's a
Yeah,
no-go.
exactly.
Well,
That's the reason you
not in
can't
our
go too high
current,
with
not
it.
in the current state of minimum wage. This doesn't. We still have we're still at $7.25, I think. I mean, like, you cannot survive on $7.25 an hour in this country.
You can always test to see if your theory is true. In a free market, you're welcome to impose minimum wages on your districts, and I'll compare it to my districts that have no minimum wage and see who performs better. We'll just see who's right.
I don't know. Amazon seems to be doing fine, and they raised their minimum wage to $15 an hour a little while back, and they seem to be doing just fine. So, I mean,
There's a market in America that you can't enforce minimum wage.
what do you mean?
I said we have to compare them. We have to see who's right. So, like, if I take over California and I say in
Yep.
my state there is no minimum wage, and then you in your state say we're going to do minimum wage, we can compare and see who's right.
I mean, ideally everyone would act ethically, and therefore it wouldn't be something like that wouldn't be required. It doesn't usually work out that way.
We don't even have to debate it. We can just see who's right. We can try each one. And
Well,
see
we
which
actually
works.
can't, because we can't actually take over California and Texas or whatever the case might be. But
Well, we've been trying socialism since the beginning of time, so we already
All
know
you
the
gotta do
outcomes of it.
is look at pickers. Pickers don't get minimum wage, but yet they come to pick. So there's something there. They
Yeah.
agree to a rate to do the work, and they're happy with the rate they're getting.
I don't know if they're happy with it. You think they're happy with getting that rate?
Yeah,
That's
otherwise
hard
they
work.
wouldn't.
It's better
wouldn't
than
be
nothing.
here.
In their home country, they'd probably get nothing, so it's probably better than nothing.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's also the fact that they're illegal, and therefore that the minimum wage laws don't apply to them.
And they don't have to pay tax, so they're already ahead.
And if the government would let charity go back to the charities, we'd be a lot better off.
Yep. Charities have always outperformed any socialism program in the history of man. So once again, there's no competition. There's no debate.
No, charities are overwhelmed though, and they don't always have the support, unfortunately, that they need. I've seen that in my own local system. Now even our local food banks for a little while got to the point where they literally they had because we were having to go to them for a while, and there's a couple of weeks where we went to food bank, and they gave us basically no food because they
Been there, done that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just charities. Yeah, it would be great if charities could, but there has to be something more we can do besides just depending on people's charity. Because when things get bad, people get less charitable. So
how about we depend on the fruit of your labor? Like, what's wrong with allowing humans to thrive on their own means?
The issue with that is that you end up anytime there's monopoly or monopsony power, you end up with everybody in society being made kind of worse off,
Jeff.
except for the person who's doing that buying or selling.
Hey, I only have a few minutes. I'm
Okay, jump in quick, hurry.
It says I'm mute. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fine. Yeah, you're good.
A lot of bass.
I'm at work. I'm on a little short break, so I'm popping in to say hi.
Hi.
Hey, look, I got White Mage on.
Bit. Huh?
I said, look, I got White Mage on the stream. You said
Yeah, I see that.
do it.
Hi, Mage.
I was on Jung's voice chat once with a group of people, but I usually don't have that much time to hop on.
When you do have free time, please come back. There's so many topics we can talk about, so please come back.
I was excited to see you.
I've always enjoyed your comments in Discord. So even back when, especially, I saw you chat. I saw you a lot more in the Discord back when it was PF Young's Discord. But yeah, so it's always cool to see you.
Even when I don't agree.
It's good to hear.
What part do you not agree with, Jeff? That you're a racist? Is that the problem? Is that the part you disagree
No,
with?
yeah, we've already had this discussion. I'm not a
racist,
racist, but I was talking about Mage's comments. Every now and then, I mostly agree with him for the most part. I'm just making a general observation that even when I don't agree, I appreciate them.
I do
Oh,
actually.
thanks. That's good to hear.
I personally do think that that it's at least unforced diversity is a good thing. I don't think that it's better that everyone should group together based on race and color, so that sort of thing. But at the same time, I don't think that forced diversity is a good thing either. Whenever diversity is forced upon people, I think that creates a lot of animosity and actually creates racist.
What about
attitudes and ideas.
inclusion and equity? Aren't you in favor of any of those things?
I believe that people, generally should be included as long as it's not enforced, and I think that equity is a bullshit idea.
Gotta go. So I'll try to pop in
dude.
later if I can. Take care.
Equity meaning equality of outcome is a completely bullshit fantasy idea that will never. It's not even that it doesn't work. It's that it can't work. You just can't. You can't force everyone to have the same outcome, no matter what you want to do.
Sure,
some
we
people,
can,
some
comrade.
people, some people will drop dead from a stroke, and there's nothing that can be done about it. It's not. You cannot have equality of outcome. It's not a possible thing.
Sure, we can, comrade. We haven't tried real communism yet. Let's try it and see if it works this time.
Vodka on the house.
If we all had like the studies from vodka they had back in like the Russian environment that led to them accepting socialism, then maybe we would be happier. But then we'd all be socialists, so then we'd all die.
Not even once.
Yeah. No, I remember. I've told the story before. Like I remember not knowing what socialism was and being around like 12 or 13 or something, and like having and just suddenly being like, wouldn't it be great if basically and then I realized and basically having like the basic concept of socialism in my head, and then reading about it and then reading everything that it happened with that system, and I was like, well, that was a stupid idea.
Yep.
It's just,
Humans are good at that.
it doesn't take very long to figure out that socialism is a very bad idea because it cannot work without authoritarianism. It can't work without fascism. You need a fascist government to enforce their supposedly ultimate utopian paradise.
Well, now you're just preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Chuck.
Everyone here agrees with that.
What's your political views?
What do you mean, what's mine?
Like, did you vote for Trump or like what?
Conservative.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You're a part of the problem, Chuck. So here's the solution.
No, I vote for the person I think is best.
You're throwing away your vote, Chuck. You're throwing away your vote. Here's what you need to do. Vote Ron Paul every time, even if he's not running or dead. It doesn't. That's irrelevant, Chris. The point is the message we're sending to these people.
We can always vote for Rand Paul, but he sucks.
No, did I say or Rand Paul? I said only Ron Paul. And we will.
Why does his son suck so much? I don't understand.
Because he's a Republican. He's got to do the Republican thing to be.
So was Ron Paul. Ron Paul was always a Republican.
No, he wasn't. Ron Paul was like wink, wink.
Republican,
yeah, guys, just vote me
only.
Republican, and I'll fix it for you. So I was like, I'm with you, brother. Let's go.
Yeah. No, I was a huge Ron Paul fan. He was the last politician that I actually gave a shit about. That's true.
So, anyways, Chuck, the end goal is this little utopian society I've created. It's called conservatarianism. So what you have is a moral foundation that builds the pillars of libertarian governments and capitalist economies, with a meritocracy for the icing on the cake. Are you with me?
I'm listening.
Okay, so voting for Trump.
Just fair warning. It involves moving to a cabin or bunker type commune.
Yeah. You got to move to an Amish community, and we got to start over.
Already lived that way.
Right. Woo!
Hey,
let's
go.
go.
You don't have to get your own. Then you can just go out there and find some land next to Chuck, and you guys can.
Yeah, we don't even have to move.
Started.
We just have to share our fences.
I got 7 acres.
I tell you what, Chuck. When your fence is up against my fence, I'll tear down that fence. You're allowed on my property now. Now we're cooking.
That's how I roll.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck, if you're inviting people out to your commune, you're one of the most chill people I've ever met. So I could deal with that environment.
Yeah, but most people won't come because I got a few rules.
Right.
Oh, what are these rules?
You probably got to work.
I want to hear this.
Work, I'd assume. You got to work on if you got a farm or something like that. Number
one, you got to work for your keep.
Yeah.
There's no freebies. Number
Yeah.
2, there can't be any kind of drugs.
Yep.
Chuck, that's a gray term. What does that mean?
Weed, anything.
You mean illegal drugs, or you mean like medication?
I'm talking about illegal stuff.
No,
Yeah, illegal drugs. Yeah,
no
that's what I
caffeine?
figured.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, we could have coffee 24/7.
Now, I was gonna say caffeine's a drug.
You're smoking right along with me.
You're
so,
smoking
like,
a drug, by the way.
We're already doing nicotine right now.
I quit in 2013, and then I burned my house down in 2019, and my nerves got the best of me.
Yeah, that's basically what happened to me more recently. I quit for a good long time, and then a lot of bad things happened. I started again because of like my nerves got the best of me, and then I quit again not that long ago, and it was just
Yeah, it's a cheap cop out. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, it is
it
on my
absolutely
part.
is.
On my part.
It is on mine too. It is on mine too. But at the same time, like it literally it does calm my nerves down though when I get really anxious, and I don't have. I mean, I prefer. I mean, even though it's bad for me, I know, but I don't know if it's any worse than, taking Klonopin all the time or anything like that either.
Oh, I hear you.
So is that all your rules, or is that it?
That's about it.
All right, I'm down. I can work with that. There may be some amendments I have to add to that constitution, but that's a good start.
Well, I'm kind of prejudiced against drugs in general because I got my brother sitting here in a cardboard box, his ashes, because he got a hold of some. All he was doing was smoking weed, and it killed him.
Fentanyl.
And fentanyl and something else in it that killed him.
Shit.
It may have been like some crack cocaine or angel dust. Somebody slipped in there. You never know these days.
No, they ran a toxicology. I'd have to dig it out.
I doubt it was the marijuana that killed him, Chuck. Just FYI.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. But it was the fact that he was smoking weed. If he had not been smoking weed, he wouldn't have got a hold of the bad weed.
Oh, you're saying it impaired his judgment, and then he made worse choices. I see.
Yeah, I know.
He didn't intentionally smoke the stuff that was tainted.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's just what he got, which he thought was weed, and 30 minutes later he was deader than a doorknob.
I really don't understand. That is a big question I have. Is like, I mean, I know it's happening because I've heard you're not the only story I've heard of that happening. Why the fuck are they lacing weed with fentanyl? What the fuck? I mean,
to get them addicted to fentanyl.
Yep. To get them hooked.
To get them hooked. I mean, they're killing their customers. Like, what?
They don't care as long as the ones that live are addicted. That it's more profit.
Keep coming back.
Also, you seem to be under the impression that people that are smuggling fentanyl into the country care about how many Americans die in the process.
No, I don't think that at all. I'm just saying from a capitalist perspective, like killing your customers, like with something like by secretly. I mean, if someone wants fentanyl and they're buying that, then that's capitalism, right? And like, yeah, they might kill themselves, but that's what you're peddling.
Maybe there's some socialists involved with political agendas, Chris. Maybe
that
it's
is
not about capitalism.
That is possible. I mean, after all, the CIA, we all know what they did. So
crowd control.
Yeah, I mean, like they literally push crack onto the streets.
Well, see, and that's what I'm looking that's going to happen. Once the government takes control of the pot market, you don't know what you're going to get.
Although, I mean, so far in the places where it's been regulated, it is a lot cleaner and a lot safer.
Well, that's because it's new. But once it gets settled in and the government takes full control of the process, then you don't know what's going to happen.
Also, Chuck, why does the government get to decide what's a drug and what is not a drug?
Well, the scientists do. That's all I can figure.
Well, who are the scientists? Are they the state?
Somebody smarter than me.
I know things about drugs. Should I get to decide which ones are drugs or not?
If you got a knowledge base, why not?
I know that you won't die from marijuana, so why are we making that one illegal? But you can die from
how about
alcohol and nicotine.
A friend of mine, weed killed. A friend of mine, his wife died from smoking weed.
Has anyone ever died from smoking cigarettes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or drinking alcohol?
Amen.
So
Sure
are we
have.
going to make all the drugs illegal now?
Well, if we gotta, we gotta.
I mean, it would be better if they were all legalized and regulated by an actual government.
Not
that we could
all
trust.
legalized.
Well, let me put it.
If they were all,
Let me
if they were
put
all
it
regulated.
this way:
there are rational limits, Chris.
something that impairs your judgment.
Yeah. When you lose control of your body, that's a good candidate for making
Because
that
I
drug
used
illegal.
to work. I worked at a steel mill, and we had huge machines on rails, and you had to work around these things. And we got a guy in there that once he started smoking his weed, you best not be in the way. It impaired his ability to operate that machine correctly.
Correct.
You know,
And so how do we account for human irresponsibility? Is there a drug that will cure that, or that we can prevent that will cure that?
I'm thinking 22
22. What?
caliber
Oh,
You
yeah,
just
that'll
shoot 'em.
cure the human condition. That's true.
on the spot. On the spot. I'll
Hey.
guarantee you'll stop any problem.
Maybe the problem's not drugs, but it's the
People?
intelligence of the person using them.
Yes.
It is definitely that. I mean, like, because I was going to say to Jack here, yeah, I resemble that comment. So hey.
Except for the ones that take over your body, because no matter how smart you are, if you can't recognize your environment, you're not in control anymore. So it's not a matter of intelligence at that point.
Yeah, I remember when they put me on Oxycontin and oxycodone at the same time.
Damn, both at the same time? Why? Like, why use both?
Because of a severe back injury.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I was on oxycodone for a long time, but like oxycontin, like they only.
I had no idea what I did. This was what, let's see, I'm 63. This would have been 13 years ago when they did that, right at the start of the oxy thing. And when they was doing that, I had no idea what planet that I was on. It was nuts.
I had a dentist one time give me some drugs that made me love humans, and I didn't think that was physically possible.
Huh?
I had my wisdom teeth cut out, and a dentist
Yeah.
hooked me up with some drugs that made me love humans. I was suddenly like telling everyone around me, "I love you. I love you're the greatest man."
Whoa, he gave you some good stuff.
Yeah, and I can't stand humans, so I think it's very powerful shit. That's all I could observe from that experience.
I remember I was in the hospital recovering from a back surgery, and they would come in and give me a shot of fentanyl. And I had to tell them, you got to give it to me slow. You just can't inject it because I pass out.
Yeah.
I just black out. And they're like, no way. I said, yes way. Well, one time I was walking down the hallway doing my exercise, and she came up to give me my daily injection. They found out I'm laying on the floor.
Yeah, you know, I got given, the doctor gave me fentanyl in the hospital a couple times too. Whenever I was in for my back injury, stuff like that, and it didn't really, actually didn't. I don't know, maybe they gave me really weak stuff. It didn't really do very much to me personally, but I mean,
Well,
I know it really, it fucks up a lot of people like really bad.
I'm wired wrong for drugs. I don't get the effect that people do. Like if I do too much of a drug, I get physically ill.
Most people.
Well, that happens to everybody that does too much of a drug. Yeah, I mean,
No, I meant what people take to get high makes me sick, sicker than a dog.
I mean, that's why I don't smoke weed because like weed makes me sick. I mean, it makes me I mean, it used to make me dizzy before, and now that I have this vertigo thing, it makes me like it makes me 10 times worse. I can't even handle it at all.
The smell makes me nauseous. Just the smell makes me nauseous.
Yeah.
Weed. I don't know why, but that smell is repugnant.
So I got to bail, guys. It was nice to meet you, Chuck. Catch you around, White Mage, and see you the next time, Chris. Later.
Is that
all
I-Fi?
right.
Was that I-Fi?
Yeah, it was I-Fi. Yeah, I was sudden.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I got a question for you, Chris.
Sure.
You remember last night on the stream when Mr. Joshua was on there?
Yes, I do.
I had a real problem that he never did answer.
Okay.
Being in his position in life, to be able to abuse that position for a personal vendetta, to go and pull that information he was pulling. I think it should be against the law or unethical or something to use his
Yeah,
work
no, I agree.
resources for a personal vendetta. I had a big problem with that.
Yeah, I agree. And by White Mage, I guess he left because iFi left,
Well,
but I don't, later on, man, I'm glad you
what
came
was
on.
your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with you entirely. Of course, and then, good old Joshua, he got really mad, I guess, at Jeff, and he rage quit the Discord and everything. So I don't know what his deal is right now. I've always been a Joshua Jones defender, but like he got really
Out
like
there last night.
yeah, I mean, yeah, but like I mean his whole thing, I know he was all very. He's very contradictory about everything about it. Like all the things he said in the past don't really seem to line up with like his sudden like stance on like this personal vendetta thing. And yeah, I mean it was very weird. And, yeah, and
It does in my book, just by one thing he said from the past.
was that?
The thing with the girl in the plane
Yeah,
when he smashed her face.
yeah, I know.
That's kind of a sign right there.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't know, man. Hey, Joshua Jones is an interesting character. He said a lot of things on the stream last night that I definitely highly disagreed with too. It was an interesting conversation, but yeah, I don't know what that Jeff said that made him so mad that he rage quit the Discord and unsubscribed from the channel and everything like that. But he's not our friend anymore, I guess. So I guess you won't be seeing him around again. So I don't know. I like that.
Yeah,
I agree with you
I
entirely.
don't know what was wrong.
Yeah, I don't
He
know.
went
I don't know
way
what was
out there
different.
last night.
I don't know what was different about that conversation than ones we've had in the past that made him that triggered him so much. But yeah, he was pretty triggered.
Hey, I got to bail for a minute. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, man. Well, you have a good one.
I got to go
I'll see you.
take care of something real quick. All right.
No problem. Yeah, Reddington. Yeah. Joshua Jones unsubbed from Jeff. Yeah, he sure did. He said he quit the Discord and he said he unsubbed and because he said Jeff. I don't hear what he said now. He said Jeff because Jeff apparently said he sounded like apparently Jeff thought he knew something about things he didn't actually know about or something to that degree. I don't remember, but yeah, it was pretty dramatic and childish if you ask me. But because nobody else, we've never considered like banning him from the stream or anything because of like his views. So like I don't understand like why he would especially as much as he values at least his own personal liberty and freedom. I guess until it comes to volcano time, of course. Then in that case, he's all for being Martian's volcano. So yeah, let's see here. So now everyone's gone. Everyone left very suddenly. Let's see here. Yeah, and right now I was gonna say, yeah, I am on Adderall. Currently, I have extremely bad ADHD. It is the only thing that actually helps. My ADHD. I have tried many other things, and so I definitely I just recently got back on it because I didn't have insurance for a long time, so I can get it, and it makes life like 30 times more bearable for me, even though it's probably worse for my vertigo in some ways. But at the same time, my brain it moves so fast. It's the only thing that slows it down. So yeah, and yeah, I know what you mean, Jack. You're right. Joshua doesn't care about anyone's opinion though. Let's see here. I don't know. Yeah, I know what you mean about that shit you guys have in California and stuff, like the weed they had out in Nevada whenever I was out there. Uh, it was so, like I only took one toke of it. It was so strong, and so freaking like and it definitely felt clean, I guess, or whatever. It wasn't like, but I mean, it was like I took one tiny little like toke of it and I was just like gone, like it just is not whatever. But yeah, it was a total beta move. It really was. I mean, I I didn't, of all the things I have come not to I have come to expect or not expect from Joshua Jones, like him rage quitting Discord and like the channel and everything was not something I expected him to do. Um, yeah, nothing compares to Cali weed. Maybe so. I've never had California weed. I don't know. As far as I know, it all comes from probably the same places. All of the legal dispensaries, I think, pretty much all have like the same kind of levels of control on it and stuff. I will say that like I used to get it used to I back when I did used to smoke weed when I was much younger. I mean, I used to get like like the general kind of dirt weed. You see like just like the dried out brown looking kind of stuff. And like the stuff they had at that girl I knew that got it in Nevada, man, that stuff was bright green. Um, yeah, it's probably turquoise. It was so like it looked like emerald or something. It was shiny looking. It was clearly like it didn't even look like the same exact plant. It looked like a completely different thing, and the strength of it was so much that it was literally like I will say it did not make me paranoid, but it did make me sick still. So yeah, I mean they did or not. They did not, or they did or did not get a good job, do a good job. Like no, you got legit cartels. Okay, yeah, you got really legit controls. Okay, so I thought you were saying that they got legit cartels for a second. Sorry. I've always heard that was the reason why Texas was so unlikely to ever legalize themselves, was because because it literally like they were already at war at the border with the cartels, and they feel like if they were to legalize it, like they would literally like have like it might bring like that border war, that drug war that happens over in Mexico, that they're always fighting. They're over to our side too much. The cartels would get desperate and start. I think that's kind of a silly argument, to be honest. But I mean they would just move on to. They just move on. They just wouldn't be pushing weed anymore. They just move past it and go to I'm just surprised at the amount of like dirt weed type shit that still gets sold. I figured it seems at this point that people would just be smuggling it from the uh the other states and stuff instead of bringing it in from Mexico or something like that. But I mean, it seems like fentanyl's definitely their smuggled fentanyl and meth are like the things they smuggle the most nowadays. So I mean, I don't even hear about heroin much anymore. Now that fentanyl has gotten so popular. So I used to know a girl that was on they used to do heroin, stuff like that, and a couple of them actually, and like I got tricked into taking a hit of they told me it was opium, and I was like, oh, I've never done opium. Like, yeah, I'll try that. And then I took one hit of it, and I immediately went and like puked and then passed out. And then I found out later, like, oh yeah, that wasn't opium, that was heroin. I was so pissed, so pissed. Even though opium, I guess, and heroin really aren't that different, but I was young and stupid, so whatever. You think it's way more dangerous, it's not that popular. I mean, it seems like it's popular among some people. I mean, it seems like there's it's I guess basically it's like budget heroin though. So I think that's the reason why it's popular. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I mean, you would think the same thing about heroin though. I mean, if you've ever seen a heroin addict, you'd think that seeing the way or way meth also has a very little a very noticeable effect on people's actual like um their actual like appearance and everything. They get the sunken in face and all that shit like that. You would think that would deter people, but it doesn't really. I mean, and meth is also very cheap and stuff like that, from what I understand. So yeah, fentanyl is very strong, very dangerous. And like once again, like I've gotten fentanyl like given to me in the hospital twice, and I don't know. I didn't. It didn't even actually kill my pain. Um, the only thing that ever actually affected my back pain too much, honestly, was whenever I was on hydrocodone. But I mean, it was still slight. I never got high off of it. I've never gotten most things that are supposed to get you high don't get me high. They actually do the thing they're supposed to do. Like if I take if I take a hydrocodone, it actually the only thing I actually get off of it is that it actually does reduce my back pain, but I don't actually feel any. I don't feel elevated or lowered or whatever whatever you're supposed to feel from it. I don't get any of that. It doesn't do anything to me besides actually kill my pain. So, and I the same with Adderall. Adderall does the exact thing it's supposed to do for me. It slows my brain down enough where I can think clearly, where I'm not like my brain isn't just like cycling 1,000 times a minute. And it still, even then, it still cycles like 1,000 minutes. So it's just more bearable. If they can just figure out a drug for this vertigo that's not basically the over-the-counter stuff they have. If they can ever come up with something for vertigo, then I will be very happy because I don't know. I have this appointment coming up that I'm supposed to find out if they're supposed to do like a scan that's supposed to like be able to like help them determine like what's actually causing it or something. But I don't have a lot of confidence that they're gonna find much they can do for me, to be honest, because it all started with the COVID vaccine, like I said, it is a constant complaint amongst the long COVID sufferers. So I somehow I feel like I've gotten vertigo from the long COVID, and it's also caused the brain fog thing, and it's very frustrating. And I mean, I do okay at certain times of day. Like this is like this is kind of the perfect time for me to do streams is like about 2 p.m. because like that's when I'm clearest of the day. But like especially sometimes like at night and stuff like that, I get very, very, very it's very hard for me to think clearly. It's very hard for me, and a lot of times in the mornings are bad too. But I still have trouble sleeping too. Like in general, I never sleep well. So but every sleep drug it also has like seems to have like way too strong. Like Ambien is very scary, and it absolutely like what it does if you don't know this Ambien it actually activates the chemicals in your brain that your brain secretes whenever you're in a REM sleep. So it basically puts you in a dream state before you actually go to sleep, which is how it makes you sleepy. And so like when you take Ambien and if you don't go to sleep right away, then your brain thinks that it's dreaming, which is why you will just like you don't even have memory, and why people do crazy things when they take Ambien. Um, and my understanding is that the other one they came up with Lunesta, I think it says the same thing. It's just a different chemical doing the same thing. So I was on Ambien for years, and it finally got to the point where I was there's too many things that happened that I just didn't remember happening. Like when I would take it, so I couldn't take it anymore. But now like they try to give me something recently for it's supposed to help with like mood stabilization and sleep, stuff like that. And it just makes me literally black out. Like I just like I take it and then I'm awake and then like I wake up and it's just like I don't like that. I don't like blacking out. I don't like anything that does that to me. So ayahuasca is not always good. Some had a door open and they were worse off. Yeah, did I try melatonin? Yeah, I've tried melatonin. Melatonin is um melatonin does not do anything for me. I wish it did. I've even taken way too much melatonin trying to get to do something for me. And it doesn't even affect me. I don't know why. My brain is just wired bad, I think. Well, at the same time though, like we survived all these drugs for millions of years because our environment was completely different too. We have developed these drugs to make up for changes in the environment because evolution or adaptation or as it is a slow process, and we have not adapted as quickly as technology and society has changed, and therefore the drugs have become the only way for some people to and in a lot of cases in older times how humans survive. Well, a lot of humans didn't survive though. A lot of humans like literally like they would have been like locked up or burned as witches and other things for various things that we have medication to treat now. So I mean like the mortality rate of humans in general is so much higher because of the various everything from vaccines to antibiotics to everything else. Even though like those things have negative effects too, they also have a role increased. I mean, otherwise the human population wouldn't be growing so rapidly. Um, you know, yeah, ayahuasca. You know, I'll tell you the drug I think the scariest one in terms of like, but even though it affects me, not at all. It gives me no effect at all. In that salvia. Salvia, I've seen 3 different people take a single like bong rip of salvia and lose their goddamn minds entirely. I mean, but only for about 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes, it's like they're having the most intense acid trip of their life, and then it instantly ends. It is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen, and yet I myself in the same time period, the same day, took several bong rips of the salvia, and it did nothing but taste really bad. It's like the worst. It's like weed that tastes like it's been rolled in shit for 3 days. So I mean, like it's just awful tasting. And what about the paranoia? That you said the paranoia. The paranoia from what? Paranoia from the salvia? I mean, I don't. They weren't paranoid. They thought that they thought they were in a different world, man. Like they were completely and totally gone. Like one girl thought that the words that were on the DVDs that were on my shelf at the time, she said the letters and the words started crawling off of the DVD things, and I mean, she didn't say this until after she came out of it, but she like literally started doing this, and she was like, I was like, what the hell's wrong with what's wrong? She's like, the words are, they won't get off of me. Like it was, I mean, it was kind of scary at the time. I mean, it's funny now, but it was kind of scary at the time to see somebody like just like go full intense trip like that, like in an instant like that. Yeah, I mean, and my wife, she took a hit of it, and she just started like, she got up and started like looking around, like she didn't know where she was, and she was like following something, and I was like, sweetheart, where are you going? And I had to like I followed her all the way till she got outside, like where she was about to like start walking towards the street. I was like, no, this is like, and then right around the time I was walking her back inside, she snapped out of it, but she was like, she was following, I can't remember what she said she was following, but she was following some light or something that she saw. But like, yeah, she just didn't. Both cases, both girls just absolutely lost their minds. So there's another guy too that also, I can't remember what his trip was, but it was different. Very. Oh, hey, Jack. I did not even notice.
What do you think of the view?
It's upside down, but it's cool. What is that? A flagpole? What's that? What's that?
It's a spy network pole.
It's one of them 5G towers.
They're trying to get our 5Gs and our DNAs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very interesting stream today, I have to admit. Very. Well, I mean, I have to admit, I actually did tune out of what they were saying after a certain point, because I mean, they are smart people individually. I just think that the conversation did not seem to be very productive at the end of the day, in my opinion. But
well, I mean, I feel like we pulled it back together a little bit, but I also, I'm like I said once again, I've been trying to figure out, like I had no idea how much different StreamYard was on the back end of it, so
yeah, it gets it's not hard to figure out, but it takes a couple times before you really comprehend how to make it smooth. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was literally like, I was kind of just letting them take over a little bit so I could kind of like familiarize myself with everything, and now I'm.
Yeah, no, it's not a criticism of anybody in particular. I'm just saying, like, I wanted to jump in, but I'm glad I didn't, because it's, I have no right to try and wrangle a conversation in my direction every single time, but that's why I don't join a lot of conversations, because I'll just fucking piss everybody off, to be honest. Which is half the fun, but
So we're back on the regular channel tomorrow at 3, apparently, according to Jeff. So there we are.
Yeah, but, it's funny. Like, I kind of want to start a stream again, but then again, like, I actually enjoy streaming so much more when I don't have to think of trying to control the controls that much. It's way easier to focus on what I want to say rather than trying to put on a good show,
wait, the stream we've been talking about doing, we'll do it on my channel, so you don't have to worry about that. So
I have to admit, I think actually Jeff is pretty good at managing a show, and you're doing pretty good too so far. I'm just
yeah, I had to familiarize myself with the controls. I pick up things pretty fast. I just but still, I should have familiarized myself with the fucking back there's like a thing, a test studio thing, and I kind of clicked on it for a minute, but I didn't really pay a lot of attention to it, so I kind of got distracted, and like I got all ADHD distracted with other things that last night, and I was off on another mental trip of a different sort, so I didn't really spend the time I should have like kind of preparing, but yeah, it looks good with the orange background. Yeah, I don't know. I was just there weren't many backgrounds to choose from, so I went with it, since I kept using orange on everything. I just figured I'd just keep going with the orange theme. So now everything is all orange all the time here on this.
Yeah, actually, I like the orange on orange on purple, and yeah, it's good. Sorry, there's an airplane coming, so hold on. There's a couple topics I wanted to get into with you, but I don't want to control your stream. So if you have something in particular,
please control my stream, because I don't know. I mean, I could end it, I guess, but beyond that, like, I mean, I don't want to be sitting here monologuing about nothing. I haven't, like I said, I wanted to kind of prepare some things.
I wonder who's watching right now. There's 7 people in the chat, and there's only 2 people chatting, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
that's the way a lot of these streams go. There's like a bunch of people just like lurking. It's really interesting.
Yeah, there are people out there watching. I guess it doesn't say, or it won't tell you all the viewers, but yeah, I mean, still, nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, like, what you got? If you wanted to like show that video that you put up last night or something, we can do that. We can take a look at that. Oh, Machine Lines. We'll come on here, Machine, because like we need to stir shit up. Come on.
Let's do a preview. I do want to preview a couple things. Do you mind doing an experiment? Let's see if I released a video this morning. Try to play it and see if you get a little. You won't get a strike. Like they're not going to strike your channel, but see if you do get a copyright complaint or something now. Like so we know for the future. Like, is it a problem or not? Because I'm genuinely curious if it's going to call the.
But put the link in the private chat, and I'll bring it up.
Let me pull one up. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sure you're trying to rest for your stream, right? Well, I understand that, dude. I always forget, like, streaming every day, as I have been now ever since me and Jeff started doing that. It really throws off my whole like concept of like when other people's like, because you stream twice a week, but it seems like, but I really lose track of like what day it is really easily, because like it's like every day is just part of one long stream. Let's see.
Yeah, I put one in the I put one in the back, and it's a short one, and I forgot what I actually forgot what a lot of my videos had in it. So like I'm actually going back and rewatching them as I'm releasing them, and they're so much more relevant than I even realized at the time. So people may not see that. I think they're very relevant. So this is called Truth or Bedtime Stories, and we can just use it as like a beginning.
Guys think that because they think, oh, you're the girl and I'm the guy, and I want to be with you forever, because. The guys think that because they think, oh, you're the girl and I'm the guy, and the thing is that sometimes you're the girl and I'm the guy. That's just how it is sometimes. Like, I don't really want to. Sometimes I just need you to. Sometimes you just want them to be quiet. Be like, stop talking so much. Be pretty. Guys think that just because you're the girl and like just because I go on a date with you or kiss you or have sex with you, that all of a sudden I want to be with you forever, because
I just fainted inside.
Basically, he said the KGB is not what you think. It's not an espionage organization. That's not the point. The KGB it's a subversion organization. It's about infiltration, right? And it's a brainwashing organization. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start with the academics. We're going to make them left-leaning, communist. We're going to start splitting the country on all kinds of lines, by gender, by race, black versus white, like all these things, class, by we're going to split the country. We're going to divide and conquer. We're going to get everybody to hate each other. And we're going to destroy the country from the inside. And he goes step by step how we're going to do it. We're going to start with the academia. We're going to infiltrate the minds of the students.
Of a certain bloodline.
Rixdeus are a bloodline that trace their origins back to the 24 high priests of the Temple of Jerusalem.
Redeemed human race is, we are going to, for all eternity, not be struggling any longer against sin, just like the Angels don't struggle against sin. They're past that. The angels are constantly growing in the knowledge of God, and that is our destiny. That magnificence of constant, deeper
knowledge of God.
Forever, since there is no end to the Lord God, nor is there an end to his image, the human being. The angels are moving this forward.
Which includes the family of Jesus. And according to Holy Mother the Church, and who are we to doubt their word, Jesus was single and had no children.
And maybe he did, because at the same time, in Moscow, Stalin was having a mishte, a party with his buddies, with his top officials, and it seems like they poisoned him. So his head of his secret police, Lavrenti Beria, probably maybe either slipped something in his drink or into his food, more likely. And so then, yeah, Stalin didn't recover from that. And
or if you want to sound off on politics.
Hail Discordia.
This interview about me is just a cover for a more sensitive story.
Relativity is itself transient, my friends.
I'm sorry to have lured you here under false pretenses, but I couldn't risk a leak.
The religions in the U.S. credits Kerry Thornley, the founder of Discordianism, for being the first to coin the word pagan, quote unquote, to refer to various occult movements who paraded themselves as, quote unquote, nature religions. Margot, the granddaughter of the psychologist Alfred Adler, associate of Mitranovic, that's Dmitry Mitranovic,
the founder of the Black Hand movement,
that was associated in the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand and the beginning of World War II.
I'm not sure I understand.
Margot Adler was friends with Mitranovic. She was friends with Freud and Crowley.
It's the scoop of the century.
And she's the daughter of Alfred Adler, one of the key founders of psychology, by the way.
If I had a dime for every time I heard that.
Listen.
Modern paganism, also known as neo-paganism, is a group of contemporary religious movements influenced by or claiming to be derived from the various historical pagan beliefs of the dying god and the goddess cults of pre-modern Europe and Middle East. According to historian Carol Cusack, the modern pagan revival is largely understood to be the result of the influence of Gerald Gardner, the founder of Wicca. Rituals were developed with Aleister Crowley.
You'll be a punk! Oh! That's what I do in the morning when I kick 5 girls out of bed. I go, woo!
This is what the copyright track on it. It uses the Stonewall Pilot thing.
Time to take her home, her easy head. No, that's what the world champion. You're talking franchise. You're talking money. You're talking notoriety. You're talking women. Kid stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun. Just kissed all the girls and made them cry. Woo!
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke, your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day,
Did you make this part, Darryl, or did you think it was from somebody else's video?
I directly stole this from white nationalist propaganda.
Wow.
I wish I had made that. That was very good propaganda.
Don't snip him. Back up.
I filmed that part myself.
Too much walking shoes, warm thing.
And this part too. and this part.
Okay.
Too much tripping and my soul's worn thin.
Actually, this part too. A lot of my videos have like mix of my stuff in it too, like stuff I actually film it.
Leaves today. Her name is what it means. Too much walking. She
Who agreed with the experts. The scientific method was replaced with artificial consensus by multinational corporations utilizing mass hysteria. Eventually, other citizens agreed to take a vaccine that wasn't actually a vaccine, but was only called a vaccine for marketing and legal purposes. The experimental gene therapy was coincidentally promoted by the same people who had officially stated previously that their goal was global population reduction, but was not in any way correlated to their previously stated goal of global population reduction. Magically, everything returned to normal, and the good citizens were given lollipops, carnival rides, and super special participation trophies. No one ever got sick again, and everyone lived happily ever after.
All right.
There you go. All those are great examples of narratives, and some of them are based in history, like what Machine Lies said, and some of it's conjecture, I guess you could say.
Right.
And this is what
there are parts of it that I miss there are still parts of it I find the thread, the theme you're going for, but some parts of it I find hard to connect to the rest of it.
We'll ask. You have the man, the man, the myth, the tard right here. So.
Well, I mean, just give us the what's the thesis of that video? What's the overall message you're trying to get there?
Well, it's in the title.
Okay.
It's the truth or bedtime stories. It's these are all I mean, the Hitler thing is a really big deal because I think it's like, he's the boogeyman, and then you have these other people who make him out like he's a nice little friendly guy who's just trying to do right by his country, but both of those are extreme narratives of probably what actually happened.
How does the Ric Flair thing connect?
The which one?
The Ric Flair. That was Ric Flair.
Well, what is he saying? I mean, if you look at everything that Ric Flair was talking about, he's like, he's basically trying to say, well, I'm better than you because I'm blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm better looking than you. I'm smarter than you. He's a white mage kind of guy, right? Like he's basically saying like, I'm connected. You're not. I'm better than you. And you're just a piece of trash. And I can have sex with all your women and all that. I mean, it's like the whole. The whole race realism argument, essentially. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, sure. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, I'm back I got about 10, 15 minutes.
All right. Jeff, what did you think of the stream today?
I haven't been able to watch most of it because I've been at work. I've been catching the comments and stuff, but I couldn't really focus on any particular part.
What did you think of Ric Flair?
Of who?
I think he just went on break, so I don't think he caught the video.
Yeah, I haven't been able to watch it. I've been mostly following the comments. It looks like you were talking about race and then white.
Yeah,
mage
it was. I find white mage. We're talking about race, really. I mean, that's what they apparently they had this conversation started on Discord, and like they want, and that's why he got him to come on here. But I don't know. Yeah, it was kind of aimless, to be honest. Like they're back and forth, but still, I mean, it's I like to see that my white mage actually come up and actually talking, like defending his points. It's good, it's something, it's I hardly, this isn't like best stream ever type territory, but still it hasn't gone too bad. I don't feel embarrassed by it, so anyway, how's work going on, man? How's work going, Jeff?
Hang on, my sound's doing something weird.
Okay.
It's the Baphomet interfering.
The Baphomet's actually was like.
Oh. Yeah, I can't put it out today.
It's mad because it's not on stream right
now. Oh, right,
now,
machine stream tonight. I forgot. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good. I can catch up there.
Yeah, I mean, probably pretty much is winding down at this point, but unless Jack has some clips he wants to throw up, I know you.
Yeah, I'll bring up the other topic I wanted to bring up as a prelude to maybe tomorrow's stream. Can you Google universally preferable behavior and I want to see what you guys think of it as a concept.
You mean like humans across the planet are all going to agree on one behavior that's universal?
Well,
Preferred?
that's why we're going to talk about it, because I think that it's.
I'm skeptical that that's ever gonna.
I know, but well, it's basically it's trying to apply the scientific method to ethics.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Well, we'll see. Let's see. Don't judge it.
Ethics is not the domain of science.
Well,
Well,
universally preferable behavior.
Science
right?
can study what is, but there's an element of like human.
Well, it's logic and science. It's logic and science mixed together.
To address.
It's logic and science mixed together. But yes, okay. Let's see what it says.
Science can't tell us what we should do. Let me see.
I've got
okay,
it right
it
here.
says, unfortunately, there isn't a single universally preferred behavior across all cultures, contexts, and individuals, which is what I said. Human values and preferences are diverse, which is what I said, and influenced by various factors.
No. It's something written by Stefan Molyneux. So ask it. You know,
give me the name, then it might get narrowed down to something specific.
Stefan Molyneux.
I got it from GPT-4, and it's talking about the Stefan Molyneux thing. It says universally, UPB is a concept that refers to behavior that all humans at all times and all places should follow. The statement about a universal rule, is one of the 7 ethical categories of behavior, which include good, aesthetically positive, personally positive, neutral, personally negative, aesthetically negative, and evil. The term is used in context in secular
Listen what it
ethics.
tells me.
And okay.
Unfortunately, Stefan Molyneux is a highly controversial figure with a wide range of concepts and ideas he discusses, many of which are considered to be harmful or dangerous.
Oh my!
He's the filter has him.
GPT-4 did not have that filter on it. Surprisingly,
promotion of white supremacy and conspiracy theories, misogynistic and anti-feminist views. Promotion of libertarianism and objectivism. What the hell is how is that harmful or dangerous?
Exactly.
This AI, this is Google, y'all. They fired that diversity lady. So maybe they need to update their filters.
Or yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
Like the filter on GPT-4 is not as woke. Surprisingly enough, it actually does not make any judgments on Molyneux. It does say that his book presents radical and rational arguments.
Now they give me 3 drafts to choose from, and one of the drafts doesn't say anything about harmful or controversial. So I can choose that one, and it just says, "Do you have a specific title of a podcast or book, chapter, etc.?" Because it's having a hard time narrowing it down.
This one says, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I just want you guys to hear the basic premise of UPB and see if you reject it or if it's interesting to you. Because I have the book, so I can literally take it out.
Bring a summary of it tomorrow, or maybe I can Google it and not ask the AI.
Well, no, but Chris has a basic outline in front of him. Let him read it, and then just see what you think of it.
The term is used in context of secular ethics and provides a solid foundation.
Wait, hang on. I'm having a hard time hearing Chris. I got to turn it up.
Okay. You hear me
I'm
better?
juggling 2 audio sources right now. That's part of the problem.
Okay. All right, no problem. It says it was introduced by Stefan Molyneux in his book Universal Preferable Behavior.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, now try.
It says it was introduced by Stefan Molyneux in his book Universally Preferable Behavior, a rational proof of secular ethics. The book presents a radical and rational arguments for a non-religious, non-status, entirely secular set of ethical standards, which validate the non-aggression principle. It's important to note that when we talk about universal preferences, it refers to what people should prefer, not what they always do prefer. These preferences have to do with morality, behavior that can be forcibly imposed on people. The concept of UPB argues that all men believe in universally preferable behavior, and therefore empirical evidence exists to support the validity of universally preferable behavior. It also posits that all organisms require universally preferable behavior to live. Therefore, any argument against universally preferable behavior requires an acceptance and practice of universally preferable behavior. Okay. So
the non-aggression principle, I know, is a specifically libertarian concept. The whole thing sounds dumb. People have been trying to codify ethics rationally. Well, partly since Greece and Socrates, but the Enlightenment. as well, and I don't think that works.
Well, but he says he has empirical evidence. So if there's empirical evidence,
he didn't, because what Chris just said is an ought, not an is. He even says that it's what people.
Well, he says that he says an is an ought. He doesn't make a distinction between the two.
I don't know what kind of empirical evidence he would have for what any individual human might prefer. He certainly didn't talk to me. He doesn't have evidence of my ethics. And
what he's saying
my
is,
other thought is, if somebody needs this kind of ethics, they're probably not really like cut out for ethics to begin with, because ethics is not that hard that you need this big logic machine to run it through to know what basic right and wrong is.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: if it's a standard by which you can judge ethical standards to see if it's rational and logical,
run it through the AI.
Yes, it's a methodology to evaluate ethics, is what it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think it doesn't sound like anything all that controversial or all that unique. Honestly, it seems like
I think humans should be evaluating ethics, not machines. I think, like I've talked before about, the AI is going to take over the things that the machine is good at, and it's going to leave the human free to.
Well, he wrote the book.
Ethics is one of those things.
Well, okay, when you read a
book, that doesn't mean anything. That does not mean that I have.
Okay, well, it's not by a machine; it's by a human. It's not by a machine; it's by a human. You can apply the logic or not.
Machine-like process, which
whoa, hold on now. Well, isn't science a mechanistic machine-like process, though?
No. A science uses human intuition, human ingenuity. There's a role for the human.
Okay.
In a way,
well, are you saying a philosophical concept? So you're saying a philosophical. So you're saying
about this.
So you're saying philosophical concepts don't fit into that category?
Is that what you heard me say?
I mean, it's the I take it as the implied consequence of what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, no, that's not what I said.
Okay, well, how do you know if you haven't even read his proof, but you say, well, it can't be true because it's mechanistic?
I'd have to know more about it. I'm going off of the summary that you asked Chris to read to me, and that's all I have to go off of so far. So everything I'm saying is directed at that one summary.
I know, but if your prejudice that you just expressed is wrong, I mean, it's worth exploring, wouldn't you say?
I don't believe that there's a scientific like I don't believe ethics is the domain of science. So yes, I am biased from the start against that.
Okay, would you say that epistemology is tied to language?
Perhaps, probably, maybe, and depending on the situation you're talking about. But what does it have to do with?
Well, I mean, if epistemology isn't tied to language, then there basically be no point of saying anything, right? So we have to have some sort of basis.
Epistemology is not about saying things; it's about knowing what's true.
Sure. Well, that's the whole point of it. Collapsing is and ought. I mean, if you say something, you have to intend that people either A, think it's true, or B, can interpret what you're saying on some level, right? Like, it's not, you ought to believe what's being said.
There's many reasons people might say something other than to communicate the truth. So that's if you're communicating something that you're
sure, but even a lie has a purpose, is the point. Sure, but even if you tell a lie, there is a purpose, so therefore you ought to believe the lie is kind of implied, right? So it's in the statement itself, it's implied.
You have completely lost me. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Okay.
And I have to get back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, Chris, can you ask the AI for an example? And I know Jeff will drop off, but we'll continue this after he's gone. So I just want to see
ask it for an example of what?
Of UPB.
Okay. Right. Thanks for coming by there, Jeff. I know you're busy.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just trying to get us on similar grounds. Tomorrow, I'll come in and I'll start. I'll try to do a presentation on it tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so it says, let's consider the principle of non-aggression, which is often associated with universally preferable behavior. The principle of non-aggression states that it is immoral to initiate force against another person or their property. The principle can be considered a universal preferable behavior because it applies to all people regardless of their location, culture, or personal beliefs. For example, if person A steals from person B, the action will be considered a universally undesirable because it involves the initiation of force, in this case theft. According to the principle of non-aggression and UPB, a person A's action is immoral. It remains true regardless whether in person A and B are located, their cultural backgrounds, or their personal beliefs. In contrast, if person A trades with person B voluntarily, this action is considered universally preferable. Both parties consent to the exchange, and neither party initiates force against the other. This behavior, therefore, according to UPB, would be moral. It's important to note that UPB doesn't claim that everyone always acts in accordance with these principles. It's rather that these principles should guide behavior for it to be moral. That is what it says.
One thing, real quick, and then I have to go. If you're only talking about the non-aggression principle, that's not ethics in general. That is a very specific ethic. So if this whole system is designed to see if something violates the non-aggression principle, I might have different thoughts on that than ethics in general, like assigning ethics.
Well, do you think that ethics can be positive or negative? Like, do you have to not do something to be moral, or do you think that you have to do something in order to be ethical?
I'm not that rigid or dogmatic or prescriptive about it. Like,
well, he makes
sometimes not doing thing is the moral thing to do. Sometimes doing thing is the moral thing to do.
Okay. Well, he goes in a very, I would say, very difficult to argue with argument that you can't look at ethics in a positive sense. It has to be a negative sense. In order to remain ethical, you must not be doing something. It doesn't tell you what you ought to be doing.
Ethics to me is evaluating an act. So I look at the individual act, and I don't
I
have any
think you would-
dogmatic rule about how I should or should approach that act.
Well, I think that your definition of ethics will collapse in on itself very easily, and I'll go into that tomorrow.
Well, that's fine, and it mostly comes from Socrates anyway, and Aristotle. So I will see y'all tomorrow. We can pick it up.
All right.
There. Take care.
I'll see you tomorrow, Jeff. Bye. It does. It gives us a second example. I'll give you these other example, which is truth telling.
See you, Jeff.
Truth-telling or honesty is a behavior that is considered universally preferable because of any form of communication or interaction. It's generally expected that and preferred that individuals tell the truth. If person A lies to person B can lead to mistrust, misunderstanding, and potential harm. Therefore, lying can be seen as a universally undesirable behavior. On the other hand, if person A tells the truth to person B, it promotes trust, clarity, and constructive interaction. Therefore, truth-telling can be seen as universally preferable behavior. This principle applies regardless of the individual's cultural backgrounds, personal beliefs, or location. Again, it's an important note that when it goes on, the same thing it says on every one of them. But yeah, I mean, but I see what you mean by that. I mean, you can see it in that negative way, like you'd say, like but you could also say you could say that it's preferable to not lie, but you could also say that instead of saying that, you say it's preferable not to tell the truth. But what if it's preferable to not say anything at all?
Well, you'd have to run it through the system. You have to run it through the system and see if it holds up under the system. I mean, the whole thing is like, basically, it's basically all about can you dismiss ethical claims based on the logical consistency of the ethical claims without even having to examine the particulars of the situation in and of itself, right? So, basically it says, okay, is murder unethical? Well, by definition, murder has to be unethical because the very act of it is basically illogical. Because you can't prefer a positive moral. You can't prefer it in a positive way. You can't say, well, I have to be. Sorry, this fucking plane is very loud. You can't argue that murder is good because then you'd have to be murdering all the time in order to be good, right? So it's basically like in and of itself, it's basically illogical, right? So it's
what if like by the act of the murder in such like cases of war, what if like the death of one person saves the lives of millions of people? Like what if that is does that make that
well it doesn't change that it's still immoral. It just but it doesn't change that the act in and of itself is still unethical, right?
Regardless of the overall outcome.
Yeah, regardless of it's not about the consequence because you can always justify consequence.
The ends don't justify the means. Gotcha. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, exactly. So it's basically like, okay, you have to have a basis for individual actions, right? And then from there you can get into pragmatics. But if you don't even have a basis for the individual action in and of itself, then you know, like, okay, like let's say the example that you use. Okay, if you could save 1 million people by the death of one person, you know, first of all, that's very hard to calculate. But let's just say that you could.
Yeah, it's probably possible. I get it.
You would still have moral culpability for the act that you did because it's not right. It's not good. It's not right to do it, right, from an ethical standpoint. But you can say, well, you know, I had to balance. You know, it's just like when people, you know, somebody breaks into your house and they have a mental problem, but you delete them out of what you perceive as self-deception, self-preservation. You're not going to be treated the same as if you just went out and, you know, indiscriminately started. You know, see what I'm saying? Like, so that's basically what it's saying.
The same basic, like, you know, the same basic moral argument that Minority Report presents about the pre-crime thing.
Correct. Yeah, and see, that's exactly why I think bringing this sort of subject up. I mean, there's people like Hank says that this theory is totally bunk, but I would say that people ought to be thinking along the terms of let's have some sort of as close to objective ethics as we can, because otherwise the IAI is just going to say, well, I have calculated the risk regardless of the moral implications of this versus this, and then you have no way to evaluate, well, what's the standard being applied here? See what I'm saying? Like, you have to have some sort of basic, you know, foundation to build your ethics on, right? You can always muddy the water, that's easy, but you have to have some sort of, like, you know, basic starting.
I think that's fairly it's fairly, I don't know. That's fairly. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think that's a fairly, like, just common sense kind of thing, though. I mean, I don't feel like.
Well, it's not. No, it's actually not. And I'll give you an example. Watch all these Christian people who debate with atheists about ethics. Almost every single atheist cannot ground their ethics in anything. They can't ground it in logic. They can't ground it in epistemology. They can't ground it in anything, basically. And so that's why all these Christians just say, well, I believe in God, therefore I can ground my my ethics. See what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, I guess so. I mean, like, anything that, in generally speaking, I think anything that infringes on somebody else is most people do generally agree, the non-aggression principle.
Yeah, you can say that. Well, I just don't like, you know, crime, but see, that doesn't say, well, why ought someone not do it? You can always that's why the woke gets away with all their BS, because they say, well, this person is, you know, has a disadvantage because of X, Y, and Z. Okay, well, how are you really going to argue against that if you don't have some sort of, like, real ethical framework to base your argument on? You really can't. That's why the woke and even, like, the Mean Mr. Mustache people, like, it's actually very difficult to argue against them from an atheist standpoint. Like, that's why people pretty much do fail every time they try, you know. Because you can always rationalize pragmatic or consequential arguments. I mean, I hate to say it, but you can pretty much make a pragmatic argument for almost anything. Like, in my opinion, like, that's why being pragmatic is actually a very dangerous position to come from, in my opinion. Like, it's far more dangerous than a religious framework, because at least within religion you have something to go back and say, well, I interpret it this way and I interpret it that way. Like, it automatically has a something to ground it, right? Something. But with pragmatic atheist arguments, you pretty much don't have something to ground it. It's kind of like, well, I prefer this and I prefer this. And then you just say, well, as soon as you bring in consequence, then, you know, people could say, well, I see this consequence is worse than that. And so you're really just arguing.
Are you at, like, a kid's birthday party or something?
I'm at a park where my kid is playing, so.
Okay. Yeah.
And they're probably, like, wondering, what the hell is this guy talking about? So, yeah.
No, I mean, it's fine. I just, like, it sounds like I hear a bunch of kids. I mean, it sounds nice.
Yeah. It's all my 20 kids. Yeah, I wish. No, but what do you think of that argument?
That's a good argument. I mean, I think it's probably. I mean, to me, it seems more common sense than anything. I see what you're saying. That you're saying that it's not common sense to a lot of people. To me, it seems like common sense. I mean, that's kind of the way I've always operated. So.
Well, I guess, okay. Let me ask you this: from a Gnostic Christian position of, like, yourself, how would you ground your ethics of don't do the 4 major things, kill, steal, all that stuff. Like, how do you ground it? You can't say, well, the Bible says not to do that, because the Bible does tell you to violate that sometimes. So.
I mean, you could ground it from many different places. You could place it. I mean, now I wouldn't ground it from the Bible says not to. I suppose you could ground it from the fact that I do base, like, the concept, any concept of sin is based upon the loving God and then loving your neighbor as yourself thing. So I mean, I have that, and then from a social standpoint, from a social society standpoint, it makes non-aggression, whatever the case would be, the lying or not lying, or lying or telling the truth thing, they all make sense in a societal context, because as that book apparently argues, like, but in order to not do those things, they by doing the opposite of those things, or either by lying or by stealing or by punching somebody in the face for no reason, or whatever the case might be, by disrupting the social order and everything, you're creating more chaos that could, it generally is going to have downstream pragmatic and effects, and just generally speaking, by harming someone else, by infringing upon their just general personal right to not be punched in the face. It just, I mean, I guess it does, using the term universally preferable behavior, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I never thought of putting a term on it before, but yeah, it makes sense to me.
Oh, Sam is here. Let's see. What do you think of universally preferable behavior? I mean, John, you know what I mean.
I am not entirely familiar with the concept. I have been down a few deep rabbit holes, and my brain is kind of. Is this? Can I swear and talk normally, or should I curate my language?
It's absolutely the same as any. This is just the Outliers Exiled stream where
My brain's a little bit stretched thin.
Okay, no problem.
Can you give me not a challenge and not a requirement, but can you give me like a 2-minute catch up on that, or a 1-minute catch up on that?
Yeah, we're just talking about the. I guess technically it's there's a book by Stefan Molyneux that talks about ethics and talks about the concept of universally preferable behavior, basically universally preferable behavior, which is basically just the concept of it basically applies things like the non-aggression principle, telling the truth, things like that are every culture, every race, every religion, everything. These things are universally considered to be good, goods, as opposed to
read the example. Read the example one more time, because actually the example is very important, because it's the language that explains it in a very particular way that is kind of like makes it basically, in my opinion, irrefutable. Like, you can't really argue against it. So
pardon me a moment. Instead of reading it to me, could you? I deal a lot better with the text with my own eyes. Could you send me a link, and then you guys continue for a little bit until I respond?
Here, you know what? I will put it in the private chat. I will just put because it's on ChatGPT. So
you continue, gentlemen, and I'll unmute when I'm ready to answer a question. I'll wait for you to ask before I speak again.
No, you never have to ask to speak in this place. Everybody just grab the mic whenever you're ready, man. That link should take you to the exact same thing that I just read. So, and I'll show the other 2 examples as well. Yeah, they're pretty short. It shouldn't take long to read them. They're not very long. There we go. Anyway. Oh,
I am familiar with that. I saw Stefan Molyneux, who I have an unfixed opinion of yet. It was generally negative previously. It is now much more in the neutral zone, leaning to positive on certain specific topics. And I try and parse my alignment with certain public intellectuals according to each issue they handle. And
yeah, which is the right way to do it. Yeah.
Of watching Stefan Molyneux when he was a younger man a few years ago on YouTube, essentially kind of sniffing his own farts, really excited about cracking the code to the ultimate philosophy, and this was what he was talking about. To me, it's just a fancy dress up of the golden rule, or a much older kind of maxim I stumbled across a little while ago. One night, enjoying a little bit of the green, and the quote I stumbled across is what I quite like. It has a mixture of, it's like old Bible school style or old English style writing to encapsulate the golden rule. And it goes like this. It's not long. Quote, that nature alone is good, which refrains from doing to another whatsoever is not good for itself. And that is from the Pahlavi texts of Zoroastrianism, which is a pre-Christian religion, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
Molyneux is talking about the golden rule with a little bit of accoutrement, or a nice tie or modern dress.
Well, he puts it. And I think that I've just seen so many people not attack it on its own grounds, because I think if you actually, and like, I'm not trying to dismiss what you're saying. I think you're kind of correct, but I think that if you look at the I would say if you look at the actual language in and of itself, you'd have to basically attack either A, the structure of what he says, or B, the definitions that he's using. And maybe you'd have an argument. Well, I don't think you can just say, well, it's a fancy way of saying it. It's like, well, he is A, defining ethics, which most people can't even define ethics in a very rational or logical way whatsoever. And I think that the way he argues for it is kind of irrefutable. Like, you can't have ethics that tell you ought to do this to be moral, because in and of itself, you basically have to be doing that one thing all the time, right? Like, if you say giving to charity makes you ethical, well, how much and how often? See, like, it's not, there's no real good measure on that, right? So then you say, okay, well, then it's a negative thing. So I ought not do this to be moral. That's achievable by everyone all the time. So then you say, okay, well, I ought not do this, which is, let's just say, stealing, right? Well, then you get into the way he frames it. And I guess, again, you can argue that he frames it in a very particular way, and that's wrong. But I think his point is, if you argue against his framing, you've kind of proven the point, which is that, because if you say, well, that's wrong, I'll explain really quick. By the act of saying that's wrong, you agree that truth is better than not, because the act of disagreeing is a universally preferable behavior, because the act of you talking implies that you value you're right and he's wrong as universally preferable. See what I'm saying? Like, the act of talking and the act of communication proves universally preferable behavior, essentially. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I see that. I do.
May I add something? That may be, that is a little bit too lint in the navel for me. I look at one line here and immediately it throws me off. Quote, the concept of UBP argues that all men believe in universally preferable behavior, and therefore, all men. Right there, I really don't care much more what he's saying there, because I don't believe that axiom from which he's operating.
Okay. But you would admit that by the act of you communicating, it's implied that you value truth over falsehood, correct?
An implication, perhaps. I may be communicating with you to manipulate you, so that breaks the matrix.
Sure, but it implies that everybody wants something by the act of communication.
Wants something is a lot different than what Molyneux is claiming. So I try now, and I'm not a systems thinker. I'm not trying to show off. I'm in the 5th decade of my life. I've just started the 5th decade of my life. And my eyes are opening pretty much for the first time about a lot of things. And any set of morals or philosophical axioms that you want to justify with language kind of have to be traced back to two things that are essential to human beings: evolutionary fitness and resource security, and our emotions. And I don't see how all men this, all men that, there are gross trends. By gross, I just mean like not fine, not zoomed in fine. I don't mean disgusting or anything like that. I mean large scale, not fine. So I don't quite buy what Molyneux is getting at.
Are you rejecting ethics as a category?
I got to be honest with you. No, I wouldn't reject ethics as a category. I don't know what the constellation of attached ideas on that question in your mind is, but no, I wouldn't reject it.
Okay, well, how would you ground your ethical system then?
I don't completely understand your question. How would I ground it? I don't mean to be, be coy about that. I really don't really understand what you're asking.
Okay. Specifically, do you think that stealing is immoral?
In and of itself, in all cases, forever? No, of course not.
Okay, so you think that?
He's physically. Right before he came on, he was just saying the same. Basically, yeah. In certain pragmatic situations, you can justify,
Yeah, that's a pragmatic argument. It's not an ethical argument.
But in terms of the individual act in itself, even if it achieves a good outcome, or is it could be morally justified, it still in itself is generally speaking considered to be an immoral thing, right? That's basically what the argument is.
For me, the word moral and immoral, those two words have a constellation of attachments in my own mind. If I go back to that, and I don't mean this as a slight against you, I mean, I like rocks, like the Idiocracy definition of moral, like this bad, this good. Like if I think in caveman terms, yeah, stealing is bad because you are directly impacting my ability to survive and have my genes propagate into the future. So yeah, you never touch another man's rice.
Right, but here's the thing: you can't ever say stealing is ethical. You can't, because as soon as you say that, you're saying, well, to be ethical, you must be stealing. See what I'm saying? You can't.
It's like that. Stealing is never ethical, but the outcome of stealing in some cases could be considered moral or ethical. Though.
Well, you could say that from a pragmatic standpoint. Sorry, you could say from a pragmatic standpoint that it is useful to do so, but you couldn't say, well, the act in and of itself is an ethical act. See what I'm saying?
I think we're conflating categories. I mean, stealing is an act. Like, what if I'm stealing back something that was stolen from me, but I happen to live in a society?
Well, then that's not. Well, that's not theft. Then that's a different category. Yeah, that's a different category. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long. I was in university studying philosophy and so on, 25 years ago. It's been a long time since I've been engaged in formal philosophical debate. I rely a lot more on my instincts and the synthesis of my ongoing reading and my ongoing experiences in life. I'm not a moral relativist, however. I have some paradoxical views. For example, female genital mutilation or even cosmetic circumcision in males in the West, I think that's a violation of that individual's bodily integrity, and it should not be performed or inflicted upon them, right? So I'm not a moral relativist. I would reject anyone, be they Jew, Christian, Muslim, animistic,
nobody,
tribal, spiritualist in any part of the world. I'm not buying any argument for imposed body modification like that. It's abhorrent to me. I will not bend on that. There is no way that you can convince me that all cultures are equal if that particular culture holds, genital mutilation or alteration.
Okay. Well,
their tenets. So no, I'm not a moral relativist.
Sure. Well, let me give a scenario that's hypothetical, and I hate to do it, but let me just take this into a hypothetical that is half logical and half not. If you were to go to a court of law and say, well, let's say that you made it illegal to do circumcision, for example, and you took this person in the court of law and they say, well, how do you say that it's this law is ethical? How would you ground that it's ethical? Like, if they could argue, well, this law is unethical, therefore it shouldn't be it should not be a law. How would you defend the law that you've imposed on everyone?
I would point to the inalienable fundamental human right of bodily autonomy as a baseline axiom from which to operate, with very minor conditions you could attach to that, again, based on much more extreme circumstances that you could attach to it. And even then, it may not be a moral or ethical action, But ultimately, and I'm sorry to have to bring it down to this. It's an unpleasant fact about human life. But ultimately, when negotiation or law or recognized rules of behavior, legal, ethical, or otherwise, come into conflict and negotiation breaks down, it's a matter of might makes right.
Okay.
Autonomy is a fundamental human right. It's an axiom
Okay.
that I operate.
Well, let me try to rebut your argument. Let's say hypothetically that the biological material removed in such procedures was found to. Sorry, I gotta walk away from his kid are loud. So let's say that this biological material that's removed in these procedures was able to cure more or less every disease known to man, including adding 100 years to everybody's life. But you needed to do it to basically minimum half the population of the world to get that enough biological material to kill to produce the medicine to get that done. Now, based on their consequential argument, would you say that they have a better argument than you or a worse argument than you?
I wouldn't even countenance their argument as being a just argument, because, and forgive me, I don't mean to slight you, but I would look at that person, and I'm not saying this to you, but I would look at that hypothetical person and say, fuckhead, what did you not understand about a fundamental, inalienable human right to bodily autonomy? If you make an exception for me in this wonder situation, you then set up the scenario for you to be preyed upon by anyone else who can justify their actions with your word magic. Fundamental means fundamental. It is an inalienable, inherent right.
Well, what if I were to argue that rights like that
are parts of my body just because
well,
better? No.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Their argument might be more convincing to more people, and so then it would come down to, okay, well, your right doesn't exist unless you're willing to enforce it, and they have a lot more people agreeing with them than you. So then what?
Well, I just said to you, that's when it comes down to might makes right, and in that circumstance, you have to find a way to, while keeping in mind your biological impulse, to live, to have progeny, and all that other stuff, you'd have to find a way to resist or otherwise deflect that kind of action. And you probably will not succeed early on until a critical mass of people see that they're being preyed upon and they coalesce into a rival monkey troop and fucking stave in the heads of the people trying to do that to them.
Well,
and you don't survive thereafter to carry on a fucking cyclical atrocity cycle. You fucking end them.
Right. Well, see, but here's the problem. When most people like might makes right, and you have no way of grounding your ethics in anything more convincing or scientific or logical, then you're kind of just like, well, my might makes right is better than your might makes right, essentially, at the end of the day, right? And so then, like you said, it just devolves into endless revolution, to put it mildly, right? So this is kind of what I'm saying, and because really what we're talking about at the end of the day is bioethics. And if you look at the medical system and the technological system, and you really understand what they're arguing for via bioethics, we don't have any rights. And if we don't start getting smarter on how we justify our rights, then we're basically going to end up in a very bad situation, in my opinion.
Forgive me. Axioms, when you tell someone, this is my red line, you don't get, I don't mean this against you again, sorry for the caveats, but
no, you're fine, John. We all respect
them. I don't give them the chance to work word magic on me. I tell them, I just fucking told you, X is the line. This is bodily autonomy. If you can't grant me that one thing in the universe that I can control, the shell in which my consciousness inhabits, then I have nothing. I'm not going to be a slave under your system. Of course, whether or not I have the gumption to actually do something about that, that's why we have mass media and propaganda, social conditioning, there's blackmail, family dynamics, that whole range of things. But ultimately, if I want a better scenario for my progeny, myself, my future, I got to give a little to get a little, right? That kind of tension of cooperation, of also what's the C word I'm looking for? Compromise. If you're ultimately, however, dealing with someone at an axiomatic level and they have a fundamentally disregard for what you lay out as your fundamental axioms, and you do that with a mind of consilience and of concession making, as long as there's full reciprocity involved, right? If that breaks down, there's violence. That's why you see thorns and poison and
Well, I'm gonna be very careful on what I'm about to say. I will say generally I agree with you, but I would also argue that by your own standards, we are well past the quote unquote justification for such things as you're talking about. So knowing that,
let's talk about this any further specifically on an open platform like this. I know exactly what you're saying or hinting at. No, I don't know exactly what you're saying. I can imagine what you may be referring to, and I'd rather not discuss that.
Yeah, me too. I'm just saying, like, I say that because this is why people don't want to engage with the level of argumentation of what you and I are talking about, because, well, you can't really get into it essentially, and that's why, like, I think people are really pissed off at me because I basically show that, like, if you're not being honest, well, you're not really interested in changing things, and unfortunately, if you're honest, well, you end up in this philosophical framework in which we're in right now, and then people are not going to like the fact that you've exposed that they're full of shit and they're not actually interested in ethics whatsoever. So, see, that's kind of the whole reason I'm bringing this whole topic up.
Have you seen any of the links I shared? I don't know if I put them up where you and I have. You probably have. I don't know if I put it up. I won't name the spaces, but I mentioned a doctor in the United States, an ethicist named Dr. Parker Crutchfield, who argues for compulsory moral bioenhancement. Covert compulsory moral bioenhancement.
Oh, you could argue that that's been going on for minimum 50 to 100 years, in my opinion. But
sure,
yeah,
sure.
they're just now kind of putting it out there because it's going to be undeniable, in my opinion. So yeah.
Well, yeah, I think, well, you know, we are of a mind, I believe. Chris, you're probably looped in as well. I think. You know, there's a quote, and for any fucking glowies listening or so, there's a quote I saw online about, you know, you never want the quiet men who want to be left alone. You never want them to actually put their fucking gear on. Do you know the quote I'm talking about?
Right. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I do.
We are long past that point, but we live in a complex civilization. There are dominance hierarchies involved with logarithmic differences in their power scales at the gross level, individually or in very kind of specialized spheres of influence. There may be opposite polarities or opposite rankings. You know, you may be a 10 somewhere, but only a 5 or 6 somewhere else where someone's higher. I don't know if I'm making any sense at all, but
oh, no, you are. No, you're fine. Go on.
There's so much going on right now. Most people, Neurojack, I think what you're hinting at is most people look at how bleak things have been allowed to become, and that's a combination of external manipulation and force being used against us, and our own deflection. And you know, someone comes up to you and like, look, don't touch me again, and they come up to you and their fingers by your nose. I'm not touching you. That's been going on for so long, and we've just retreated and turned the other cheek and retreated, and we taught our kids, you know, just move away or don't fight back, don't hit the bully. We punish kids for fighting bullies now, right? Oh, no violence isn't. What about that motherfucker who just emotionally abused? Everything for the state monopoly on violence to be held sacrosanct. In Canada, the nation I live in, for example, let's say I have a pen in my front shirt pocket, like a geek would, former geek, still geek. Someone attacks me, and I whip the pen out, and I fucking jab them in the side, and they end up getting gangrenous. I could be charged with assault because I used a pen as a weapon to defend myself, even though legally, you know, it's not a tactical pen. I think it's a fucking cheap big pen. I could be charged. So we've essentially told us, right, our fellow citizens, unless you're looking into the power structure, you're fucking nobody.
Yeah. The ability to defend yourself is essentially illegal at this point. So you basically do not have bodily autonomy, which is my whole point. Exactly.
And then they have all the cards stacked in their favor for lawfare, right? That requires an immense amount of resources. And the system is gamed, of course, because of human nature, whereby, you know, in a Hegelian dialectic, you have a solution you want to impose or create or otherwise sneak into a system because it favors you. You see second and third and fourth order effects that will kind of ripple or reinforce or negate the ripples from other stones in the pond of civilization that we live in, that they interact, right? Interference patterns and catalytic interference and resonance and so on. So lawfare, you game the system. You create a labyrinthine system of laws and rules and conditions around the use of violence. You tell everyone we're not going to fight anymore except for our standing armies for national defense, and all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Never mind that last part. Let's just move on. And you then erect a modern civilization like we have now, where most people don't have to fear violence. Most of us, in most circumstances, unless it's violence from the state. And we know for a fact, extrajudicial renderings, black sites, the Tuskegee syphilis experiments, operations.
You missed when we had a literal Fed admit to all this, which is what I've been arguing for the past few months, and no one believed me until he actually admitted everything I said was true. But yeah.
What could you catch me up on that, or is that a tangent for later?
It's not important at the moment. I just wanted to admit that I just wanted to point out that you're saying things that I've been saying for a long time and nobody wanted to believe me. So go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you, Neuro. I've been trying to gently convince people as well to kind of open their eyes and realize we need to be more vigilant. We need to demand more transparency and accountability at the local level. We need to push back against lawfare. For example, in my area, there's a regional school district board that, because of the way laws are structured in Ontario, as long as they follow the outlined procedures, like we did this, we assembled, we took the minutes, as long as all the pro forma steps are met in their school council or trustee meetings, they don't have to justify any of their decisions. As long as the structure and forms were followed, there was a quorum, people voted, you went through the Roberts Rules of Order, you don't have to justify your decision making. Now, legally, that may be true, but ethically and in terms of social cohesion and so on, you want to look at someone you've elected, a school councilor, and say, would you please explain your thinking so that, we have a better sense of what kind of person you are now that we elected you? Well, I don't have to. That's not legally required of me. And they somehow, because of connections or political sway, this is like a radical gender neutral LGBTQ plus kind of school activist. They currently are in a stronger social position, and they're banding together to impose cybernetic rules of control of information, dissemination of even thought at this point. And it's disturbing. And so many of our parents and grandparents and folks that came before us, they were so busy dealing with parsing fact from reality in a media landscape that's become much more complicated, and dealing with, I guess, the stresses of essentially debt slavery in a modern Western society evolving since, the 1920s or so on.
Yeah, no, and not to interrupt you, John, I just want to back you up briefly. Like when you use words like debt slavery, people automatically get a very emotional reaction and say, well, that's a very strong term. It's like, well, it's actually accurate if you define the terms. It's not it's not debatable really at all. It's it is debatable. It's just not going to go very far. But let me say this. So this is why, and I'm saying this for potential glowies and potential audience members who had doubt about why I say what I say and why I do what I do, right? Let me make this very clear for anybody who's questioning it, right? I've made the ethical argument, which is, for all intents and purposes, not easily refutable by anyone, really, from a secular standpoint. And then secondly, what you're saying here about the system is why I keep advocating, well, I'm not making ethical arguments because the ethical arguments, people cannot even have that discussion at this point. So my consequentialist argument is we better go get involved in the system in a legal fashion
100%.
Now, because if we don't, well, there's only going to be two options, and either way, it's not going to be very good. So, because ethics are going to be more out the window than they already are. So, people are not appreciating the opportunity for them to avoid unethical situations in the future.
Yeah,
I just want to make that crystal clear because
look. Anyone who's a realist realizes that we live in a civilization. I want a peaceful society. I also want just leaders. Of course, wanting it and having it are two different things. What have I done to ensure that accountability and transparency? I'm just waking up to that because I believed the placebo that was fed to me from my early days in school. My parents were too busy living life as, two people from their own broken and wounded human backgrounds dealing with whatever they were dealing with. And they did a fairly good job. I grew up in a home. I was fed, clothed, warmth, no psychological or sexual abuse or so on. No brutalization or so on. I'm really lucky. I live in a peaceful country. But now I realize that where I really live is actually a preserve of sorts. And I'm allowed.
that is a great term. I'm sorry to interrupt you again. I just want to say that is a great term. I look at the United States and Canada and northern Western Europe as biological preserves that are being set up for whatever is coming. That is my personal opinion. Yes.
You're correct. That's not the only thing. All of these plans that we hint at and talk about, we conspiracy theorists, right? Like human beings don't conspire from the age of 2 or 3 in kindergarten. I give you an extra candy, don't tell Billy. Okay, we're monkeys at heart. We engage in troop behaviors. Look at bonobos. Do you know anything about bonobos? They use sex and sexual gratification as de-escalation techniques, and doesn't matter what gender you are or so on. So you've got human beings who want radical gender theory, looking at the animal kingdom and defying everything.
And this will be the last time I interrupt you because I want you to filibuster from here on with Chris, and I'm going to jump off to charge my phone. But I want to say this: do you think that it's possible to socially engineer bonobos?
Absolutely.
Do you think it's possible to socially engineer humans to a very, very, very precise degree?
No, not a very, very precise degree.
Not
it's a little too very.
Right now.
Define precise.
No, it will get better. It will get better. It's called
right. Exactly. Exactly right. Correct. Exactly. Which is what? Yes. Exactly. See, this is the point that I keep telling everybody. Right now, it's a limited form of social engineering that is actually not as good as people think it is, but it's going to improve as they collect data, which is the primary goal of the technological system as it's being employed right now. Once they have the data in, good fucking luck, in my opinion. If you don't have the right to bodily autonomy, you don't have the right to self-defense, you don't have the right for redress of grievance, you are fucked as a human being, in my opinion.
Well, please forgive me. You do have the right. Those rights are being violated and or abrogated by unjust actors who don't deserve the reciprocity of your charity.
But, well, I can't say much more than if people don't believe they have those rights and exercise them, then they don't exist, is kind of my point, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's
you
part of the magician's trick. You're right. That's part of the magician's trick.
Yeah, but go ahead, sorry. And I'm going to jump off just to listen, but please continue, because I think the language that you're using is very accurate, but I think a lot of people don't quite get what you're saying. Like, when you use the word preserve, I think you know how accurate you are, but I think that, like, if you watch Jurassic Park, that's not about dinosaurs. That's about human beings, in my opinion. But go ahead. I'm going to jump off.
Wait. You jump off after that statement. Like, what does that mean? How is Jurassic Park more about humans? About the humans surviving in the park, or like it what way?
You guys both mentioned Stefan Molyneux. He has a video on Rumble called "The Story of Your Enslavement," right? Or our enslavement.
I've never been a big fan of his,
human
honestly.
farming, right? So it's not an idea that we live on preserves. It's not unique to me. Molyneux mentioned it some time ago, and people have mentioned it before Molyneux. Look, my father was born and raised in a European country, and he told me there was a proverb: the stronger dog fucks, right? Now, think about something. You have children, Chris. I don't. You want the future to be better for your children, and you want to kind of give them the best leg up to compete in a harsh world that's possible, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now, given that you have a certain a certain level of connection to other human beings within 1 or 2 degrees or 1 or 2 orders of magnitude of social and economic relation to you, you can activate empathy for people above and below you in the social strata and dominance hierarchy, correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Once, however, if you're a typical person like you or I, once you go maybe into the 3rd degree of separation or a 3rd or 4th order of magnitude difference, it gets pretty hard. Now, let me give you an example. And I know you mentioned some of your own background with substance abuse. I was an alcoholic for 7 years. Is it okay if we talk about this subject?
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely talk about it. I would not categorize any of my usage. It was more like experimentation. I was not like a substance abuser.
To give you an idea, in my city, I live in an area where there's a relatively large number of what I call now street zombies. I used to have sympathy for them.
Yeah,
I don't
no, I
any longer.
understand that feeling entirely. I understand. I know
And
exactly where you're going with that.
the way
yeah.
I look at those people, I don't think about them on a day-to-day basis. And you know, they've broken into my building, they've caused fires in the building, they've shit and pissed in our lobby and things like that. I'm out of fucks to give for most people like that. Not entirely. I can still activate empathy for them. My better angel tells me, John, you didn't grow up in a sexually abusive household. What if they did? John, you're not hooked on a mind-altering neurotoxin narcotic designed in part to be so addictive you can't break a cycle of addiction. So I don't have those challenges to face. I can still activate empathy for them, but I can tell you this much: I sure as wouldn't want I wouldn't want my children interacting with people like that, or I wouldn't want them to have peers like that, regardless of what age my children were. I wouldn't want them having peers like that. I wouldn't want them bringing a man or woman home to mate with or to pair up with. Or so I wouldn't countenance it, right? It's just beyond my ken. I can still activate empathy for those people, but I don't want them around me, right? You kind of look down at those folks. You know, as someone who's a multi-generational social assistance abuser, I've been on social assistance before. I even abused it a little bit by just farting around for an extra year or so, just fucking around, figuring I paid taxes, I got fucked. I did what I did. But if it's a multi-generational thing, that's being allowed to happen because it's a filtering mechanism. You're sorting out competitors out of the system. You have a control group for different experimentation, and you have an excuse to implement wider charity measures in your society. Multiple reasons. But the way you and I look at people like that, you know, a hobo down on Skid Row, you know, with shit on the streets in San Francisco, living in a tent, you know, cracked up to the gills. The way you and I look at those people, until we catch ourselves and say, you know, that's a human being. Or it was a human being. Maybe they can be helped or redeemed spiritually or just secularly through human contact and so on. We can activate that empathy. The oligarchs in all societies across human history, I believe, are so far removed from you and I, either through being raised that way or coming to that mindset through being an achiever. I worked for it, go get it. I'm a shark. You know, think about Glengarry Glen Ross or the Gordon Gekko movie, the Wall Street movie.
Wall Street. Yeah.
Alpha predators, right? Apex social predators. They can't activate any empathy for you or I anymore. They look at you and I like you and I might look at a fucking monkey in a zoo, you know. And that's kind of why we have part of the world we have. We've allowed that circumstance to unfold and go on for so long. Now, let me kind of wrap this up. There are such vast gulfs of power difference between us, right? We think about bequeathing a good future to our children. Well, those oligarchs are human too. And they've done the same thing successfully, not in every case, but the fitness, right? The evolutionary fitness of their families or clans or the social structure of their group within the wider social structure of society. They've passed fitness tests for so many hundreds of years in some cases. You won't be able to dislodge them. You have to change the rules of the game or develop a brand new technique that they could never, ever even imagine or think of, right? But they outclass us in so many areas. You can't blame them. They're following evolutionary pressures to make a better future for them and theirs. And in many cases, they can't guarantee that their offspring will have that same killer instinct unless they condition them to do that. And if they can't bring themselves to roughly condition their offspring to do that, they can then create a non-human instantiation of their will to carry on into the future in the form of a law or a form of art or a foundation or a charitable organization or who knows, you know.
No, I understand totally. Yeah.
You think back, you know, do you know the family name Orsini, Italian counts dating back to maybe Venice?
I've heard it before.
Venice was one of the largest economic powers in the Mediterranean for what, 6 centuries, 7 centuries?
Yeah.
The Orsinis are still here. The people who are the people who interact or manage you and I, or whose preserves we kind of operate on, they are the mandarins of an oligarch class that we can't see really. And we're probably never going to be able to really see them well. The only way we can really combat them is to wound the cat's paws they used to strike at us and make it too expensive for them to continue attacking us in certain areas. And it's an ongoing effort. There's no solution that is a permanent fix. They're part of the human story, and vigilance and citizen education and cultural cohesion. They're all important aspects of our ability to resist those apex social predators. But look at our society. We are tribalistic. We are divided. Tools of propaganda are used against us. Propaganda is as old as human language or human thought, let's say. You ever heard the name Ivy Lee?
The name?
Ivyle, Ivy Lee? No? He's called the father of Edward. Do you know Edward Bernays? The name
I've heard that
Bernays?
name before.
Yes.
I am bad with names a lot of times, though. I've read a lot of stuff that like I let a lot of stuff like I can remember a lot of content, but I don't remember exactly where it came from a lot of times. So
Ivy Lee, the father of public relations, right? We don't teach about who those two men are in our schools with purpose. We also don't teach much about monetary theory, how money is created in the West, how value is attacked. We don't teach that to most people.
Because even the people that do it don't really understand it that well, as far as I can tell.
Oh yeah, I've read Gibson, of course, but though that kind of knowledge is a self-selecting fitness test. Those people who discover that knowledge and see the connections, they are then a pool of talent that can be recruited, right?
Right.
And if they're smart enough within that recruitment process, they'll go along to climb the ladder. They self-select as inner circle members by playing the game well enough to, like Bart Simpson, you know, I didn't do it. He fucking did it. There's chocolate cookie all over his face, but I didn't do it, and here's why I didn't do it. And they kind of sell it. And that's the people you recruit. They know what it takes to climb that social hierarchy ladder, and they realize there's only a certain point they can get up to. But hey, better to rule in hell or be delegated a certain level of responsibility in your tranche of the pyramid than be a servant in heaven, or be just a regular man or woman living a humble life with God or books or music or whatever gives you spiritual nourishment. And I'll stop because I'm rambling now.
No, I mean I'm enjoying everything. You're making good points, and everything you're saying is like, if I had anything that was like, you know, that I felt was desperately needed to be said, I would have interrupted if I needed to. I mean, I'm not like that's the way we do things here, you know that. So he's talking about you said like William Gibson. I don't know, William. I would have to say that's a really tough question, Nero, because William Gibson has written about so many different things over such a long period of time. I don't know, like what do you mean? Like, what did he get right? I mean, like,
it's like that book in the library. Which one?
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I don't
like
know.
Mr. Lee from Korea.
You're talking
really?
about.
Mr. Lee from Korea? Which Mr. Lee from Korea?
Right. Yeah.
So hone it in for us, Neuro, if you can.
Yeah, because I have no idea like which William Gibson novel you'd even be referring to, and like I mean I think he gets a lot of things right about, or at least in terms of like his ability to predict certain trends in technology and society and stuff like that. He's definitely been very prescient. I don't I guess well, I have to admit, when I read William Gibson originally, I was not reading him from the context of it being like, someone who is like making statements about society and, or really as much from a philosophical standpoint. I was much younger and I was reading him much more as a, science fiction author, and wasn't thinking about as much about him from like that standpoint, the way you're thinking about him. But at the same time, I can't really remember anything I think he got particularly wrong, but I mean, I don't know for certain,
I think his most recent set of novels, I don't know if it's a trilogy yet or not, but I think someone told me his most recent set of novels deal with moral bioenhancement and the idea, like today, for example, there's a YouTube channel called Theories of Everything, and an episode dropped today featuring Dr. Michael Levin, who is a biologist who's studying the bioelectric fields and how they tie in with regeneration and evolution and biological development. And he and a couple of his research associates have just put out a paper and a set of research on something called, I have it just here. 1 second.
I think I know that channel. I can't remember the last video I saw from them. But I think I do. I think I have seen that channel videos from them.
Basically about nanoscale robotics.
Yeah, nanomachines are a crazy fucking thing that I didn't think I remember seeing the nanomachine thing like introduced in Star Trek Next Generation when I was a kid growing up. I didn't think I'd ever see that kind of technology even being like approached within my lifetime. And we're so close to it now. It's just bizarre.
Not close to it. It's here. It's like the Model
it's here.
T,
Yeah.
right? It's like the Model T. But these little machines, all they need is a difference in electric current. I don't know much about electric. I forget, like a differential they talked about for it to be able to move, because it's little impellers and everything. Give me a moment to get the name of this episode. For some reason, I'm having a brain fart, a brain crap out.
It's okay.
Okay, anthrobots and hyperembryos. So nanoscale machinery in the body. This is not science fiction any longer, but what got me, and I think what the linkage to the predatory oligarch class is going to be, is they talk about something called decarbonization. These nanoscale machines can harvest carbon from their environment, your blood, your body, wherever they are.
I know, that's so scary too, right? It's like they basically
they're
eat
probably
carbon.
going to try and engineer, because of the climate crisis narrative that is unfolding. They're probably going to try and engineer these things into carbon sequestration with nanobots. Now, think about that. We already know about cross-pollination and escape of genetically engineered organisms, crops, contaminating other farmers' seed stock and their fields and so on. There's patent law involved. So these carbon sequestering nanoscale devices, if they're unleashed or dispersed, like Bill Gates's, genetically modified mosquitoes from helicopter drops, God help us.
Right. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard, there's a video game, it was a PlayStation game from, I guess the sequel came out a couple of years back, but the original one called Horizon Zero Dawn basically is based on that premise. That's basically it's set in this post-apocalyptic future world where everyone has gone back to tribalistic type of type society. Like they've all, but the animals have all been replaced. Basically all of the animals around there's no more besides a really small amount of humans. All that's left is these robot animals, or like robot horses, robot everything, and there's these robotic creatures have replaced all. So it's like robot dinosaurs and stuff like that. But basically, the whole point, the thing is that what happened, I guess, is they started creating these things as machines, and then they gave them the ability to replicate and to subsist upon eating about carbon, and so eventually whenever they started replicating so quickly that they destroyed the environment and then started eating humans, and in order to it's just based on the most basic of commands of just to continue their to propagate themselves, and that. So eventually, if it runs out of runs out of one kind of carbon, it's going to eventually,
We are the carbon they want to reduce to at least some degree. We kind of do exist on tax farms or preserves. It doesn't always have to be that way. It wasn't always that way, but if you think back to the mindset of the concept of divine right, that was present in Europe for hundreds of years. You had the clergy ordained by God to bestow kingship upon tribal chiefs and warlords, and that was a tit for tat arrangement. Like, I'm a badass war chief motherfucker. I'm going to fight and loot and rape my way across the landscape and establish dominance. I'm the alpha monkey. But eventually, I may get a little older, a little slower, and then I have to develop a retinue around me. And the medicine man, he's the guy who knows how to heal me with all those magic plants, so I rely on him. And then you get a priest-king dynamic going on with mysteries. Think about this. Here in our culture, we have the concept of national security, and we have espionage, a CIA, national security force, state secrets, clearance levels, special access programs, all that stuff. Do you know what all of that is? That's just a modern update of secret societies. The Freemasons were that, and before them, aspects of the church were that, and before then, aspects of other control structures and religious institutions, Shinto priests in Tokugawa era Japan, and so on. There's very little that's truly new in that regard. There are updates in terms of technology, technique, subfields that can be developed. And it's like a concert with many moving parts. It's music, it's espionage, it's asymmetrical information wielded for the purposes of state power. And if you have the luck to have a class of rulers that are moral, that understand reciprocity, that are of noble character, right? They are truly aristocrats in the purest sense of that word, right? Paragons among men. That's who you want leading you, right? Imagine your fictionalized version or idealized version of Clint Eastwood hero from a movie. You'd want that guy to be your leader. He's smart. He's got balls. He's got high tea. He's also not going to rape and murder and pillage the people under him, right? We should be so lucky to have that. But once he has children, and we all know what teenagers are like, once he has children, everyone else in the court wants asymmetric advantage to bend the ear of the king. And a vector to the king's will is his children, or his wife, or his lieutenant, King Arthur, Lancelot, Guinevere. All of these lessons are coded in every aspect of our culture. And it all predates written language for hundreds of thousands of years. The only way to maintain a continuity of government in the secret state apparatus of your tribe, your clan, your territorial regime, whatever it was through oral tradition, right? 33rd degree masonry and this and that. That's just a high-level security clearance for the most part. At least that's probably how it started. All of that is still with us. It's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years old, predating literacy. I mentioned before, predating the existence of blue eyes in humans, predating the mass cross-species or cross-subspecies breeding of Homo sapiens with Neanderthals and the other aspects of humanity across the globe. Very little is new. Very little is new. It's new colors, right? New styles, new subgenres.
There's nothing new under the sun.
Very little. Progress is slow. It's very slow, and it only lasts if it's incorporated healthily across multiple generations. We are at an inflection point. What we are seeing now, like the change from our hunter-gatherer ancestors to an urban environment, and then the change from being literate with written language, right? Pre-literate to literate information transfer. That was a paradigm change. The printing press, paradigm change. Now we have internet, mass communication, a softer paradigm change, kind of a subcomponent of what's happening now. I think perhaps what's happening now is we're undergoing a speciation event in humanity where some among us will try to merge with technology, right? They're mastering digital fire, as it were. Others of us, we want to live like, comparative Luddites. We're happy with an 80 to 100-year lifespan, with families, a good, honest living, other aspects of life we find fulfilling. There's room for all of us from our point of view, not from theirs.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I was certainly amongst the people that I have definitely heard speak this. They do seem to have like. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same problem I have with like the same thing I've said about socialism versus capitalism. In a socialist society, you can't have like a capitalist sect within it. It's not. It doesn't. It cannot, by its very nature, it cannot tolerate any impurities in its system. Otherwise, the system doesn't work, which is why it doesn't work anyway, because you can't have a truly pure system anyway. But capitalism, on the other hand, you can have a commune, a communist commune within the bounds of a capitalist system, and it's perfectly fine. They can subsist and do all of their off the grid type of living type of stuff they want to do, and be as communistic as they want to be within the confines of that capitalist government and that capitalist country, and there's no law against it. It's perfectly fine if people want to get together and live in that way. But it's only whenever it doesn't work the other way. So like there's a lot of people that have like the viewpoint of like we're on one hand, like they're the people that are okay with like live and let live. Those people literally like they live and let live. But the other people are more insistent upon like we must all conform to this because it's the only way our plan works, kind of thing. Those are the dangerous people. It's true. But But it has always been that way, though. I mean, it has. It's always even when the technology was as simple as writing and books. I mean, like look how long like the ability to read was controlled and constrained from regular people. Like so, it was only the academics that actually knew how to read or write, and therefore they controlled all the knowledge. And I mean, you could say that's the same thing as like the people that control the technology now. I mean, electricity has always existed. We didn't know how to harness it until, so like I said, there really is nothing new under the sun, no matter what. Even like the newest of our technology, in some ways it's always existed. It's just that we didn't notice it or discover it in that sense until recently,
Yes. There's a quote you reminded me of here from Frank Herbert. He's a writer. He wrote.
Oh yeah, I know. Dune. Yeah.
And one of his quotes, I think, speaks deeply to a fundamental difference in groups of humans, collectivists versus those of us, who want a little more
individualist. Yeah.
The quote is, "When I am weaker than you, I ask you for freedom, because that is according to your principles. Right? When I am stronger than you, I take away your freedom, because that is according to my principles." And that's the apex social predator's credo.
Right. Yeah.
I use your nature against you, but when I'm in power, I won't let the tables ever get turned again. I'm top dog forever thereafter. That's according to my principles. That's an element we're dealing with. And that's based in fear. Fear of not having enough, fear of not trusting your neighbor, fear that your reciprocity will not be met genuinely or reliably. You act with fear, right? None of us is safe until the COVID mantra, none of us is safe until all of us are safe, or that nonsense. It's fundamentally based in fear. And if it isn't based in fear, once you rise to a certain point in your sociopathy or your maladjustment to human social norms in the wider culture, you then adopt that credo, I guess, or somehow justify your future atrocity, not because you yourself are afraid, but because you realize it's the best evolutionary or advantage or competition strategy. It's good to be the king, and when you come at the king, you best not miss, right? All of these tropes have deep roots in us as human beings. You look at the animal world, we're a part of it. We don't always like to admit that or acknowledge it, but we're a part of it. We can be better than it. We can aspire to it. The purpose in life might actually just be to aspire to be better, and generally to aspire to be better in concert or in cooperation or in harmony with your peers. And if there's a disharmonious element that eventually is going to upset the boat, you chuck them out of the boat.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's what you. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you're kind of in that situation. Yeah, if someone is dead set on tipping the boat over, right? I mean, what else you can do? Or if someone who just keeps trying to like poke holes in the bottom, right? You know, what can you do? You can try to constrain them to a degree, like jail. You can try to
Thing is, no,
you can try to
if you know how
convince
to
them.
swim,
Yeah, you can try to convince them or reform them that that's a very and try to help them understand why this is bad. But like if nothing gets through to them, then what else can you do, right? So.
It comes down to game theory, and
Yeah.
if you know a little bit about
No,
game
I know
theory,
game theory
dynamics,
well. Yeah.
I know a wee bit about it, but if you know how to swim, or at least you can get the biggest chunk of wood if the boat capsizes. Sometimes you can turn the boat over, right? You're strong enough to save one or two people that are going to listen to you, and you swim to that island over there, and you capsize the boat. You start your own tribe over on that island. That's kind of what's happening with the de-dollarization of the world today. The fiat currency, the U.S. dollar system now is kind of terminal. It's coding, and they're going to basically rock the boat enough, crash the economy so that they can survive. They'll suffer, but not as much as we or their nearest competitors. You crash the market, you buy up all the assets that are remaining at pennies on a dollar, you bankrupt your enemies and foes, and you let them work in the shit barn on your new farm. That's kind of what's happening. You can rock the boat sometimes. Sometimes you got to be thrown out of it, and sure, that applies to all of us. We can all be that guy, but it's harmony, right? It's very crudely the story of the Bible, right? Satan thought he knew better, or the devil thought he knew better. He was disharmonious. Who knows? There are so many layers of mystery and conflation of old stories, but the dynamics we understand. Harmony is important. Mercy is important, right? Sacrificing security to build and foster trust, right? In order to make a friend, you have to be a friend. Not all of us kind of hold to that psychology, and the apex social predators among us kind of reject that framing. You're either
they'd rather just hold a gun to someone's head to make them their friend, right? Pay them, whatever.
I mean, generally speaking, we have more empathy, right? More access to it. I'm rambling now. I'm sorry.
No. But I mean, I thought we were having a good conversation myself. I have, I myself, like when you're speaking on empathy. I mean, I've always been I'm an overly empathetic person. I literally have to shut myself off from it. I have to it's something I have to control myself because of it. If I don't, like I am overly empathetic towards everyone. I have a very bad habit and of something I've had to try to work out of myself of I'm far too forgiving, for example. People have absolutely fucked me over and done horrible things to me, and I have just basically forgiven them without barely any barely even any time at all. I just something I had to correct in my own behavior because I started recognizing how it was it's destructive.
Have you grown out of that loop? Have you grown out of that feedback?
Yeah, I mean it is. Yeah, I did eventually learn that there's certain times you have to absolutely cut those people out of your life. You can't keep letting them back in, keep letting them abuse you and stuff like that. It's something that I guess and I mean I know exactly what you mean by when you pass the people on the street kind of thing, the beggars or the especially people that are panhandling type things. I used to be one of those people that would always give them my change, that kind of thing, and eventually you get to the point where you learn that you have to cut it. It's the funniest thing is I think what killed that for me, that charitable or empathetic instinct was a couple of times where whenever you would give them the change and then they would act like this is it. They get mad at you for not giving them more. And you're like, that's what I have in my now it doesn't matter where I am or if someone's asking for a change. I don't carry cash. I just tell them I don't carry cash.
I lie that way too.
I don't. Well, I really don't carry cash though. I mean, I really don't carry it. But still, I mean, if I do have cash on me, I still will say the same thing.
Please start reverting to using cash as often as you can for any transactions you can. We need more people relying on that method of purchase. If it goes all digital without a strong core of us insisting on cash usage, that's one more iron pin in the slave collar of forever.
I know what you mean. Unfortunately at this point for me, it's I with my particular disabilities like that, I don't go out and do a lot of like transactions in public. A lot of the times, most of the stuff groceries stuff
Okay.
end up being online and stuff like that. So it's just not like I can't. I understand what you're saying. It's a good
Yes.
point. It's the same kind of people that that although I don't know, it all depends on like how we continue to value it in the future. But the same people that that insist on buying gold and silver type of things, as like as a way to like to reestablish some sort of form of economy if the dollar crash kind of thing. But I mean, of course, it could be an entirely different form of currency at that point. I don't know that gold and
So
silver will end up maintaining their value.
Gold and silver are desirable assets for a wide number of potential people who would transact with you. But if the economy crashes and we end up in a Mad Max situation, we're not really going to have to worry about gold and silver that much. It's antibiotics, medicine, alcohol.
Yeah, just all trade and barter type thing. But eventually,
weaponry,
like
human
barter systems will eventually evolve into some form of economic trade type thing again, with some kind of currency will eventually emerge because people will get tired of having to carry around all of their tradable goods with them all the time. I mean that's how currencies get started in the first place. It's a substitute for value.
In part, there's a kind of a to pull back a frame from that, you've got to look at what gives the currency its value. And right
I know,
now,
especially with fiat currency. Fiat currency is like, I didn't realize that about fiat currency. I didn't realize fiat currency or what it was or what it meant until I was like 20. And I'm kind of embarrassed about that because like, I mean, it was never really like mentioned in school or anything else like that. It wasn't until like, I was like 20 and I was like, wait, like the money only fiat currency means that it only has value because the government says it does. It's like, and the economy is based on how much confidence the American people have and how much it's worth. So it's like fairies, it's like if we all stop believing in money tomorrow, then money is useless. It's instantly it's instantly worthless as soon as if people just stop valuing it, and that's just insane.
If by money you mean like printed dollars,
yeah, printed dollars, yeah,
you mean by money, yes, but money itself is not tied to whatever expression.
No, I'm talking about our U.S. dollar, or I guess in your sense the Canadian, what do they call them, loonies or dollars, or what do they use there?
Yeah, we use dollars as well. Our $1 coin is called a loonie because there's a loon on it. Our $2 coin is called a toonie because it sounds like a loony and it's got a T.
Oh, sure. Okay. Well, any case, but I mean, regardless, like, but fiat generated currency is just the most insane. Like, just like it's basically it's almost like esoteric, magical thinking type stuff. Like, it's just like it has value because we say it has value, and the strength of our economy is dependent upon how much confidence there is in its value. And therefore, if confidence in the dollar collapses, it becomes worthless until like it becomes worthless if the confidence continues to collapse. That's just insane. Like, it's just like I said, that's literally like, like clapping for Tinkerbell to come back to life type thing. It's like, if we all believe the dollar is worth a lot, then all of our money is worth a lot. But then of course, it still has less buying power and all the things like that. The way the economics of current modern economies is just, it's not rooted in any kind of real logic I can find. I mean, I guess it is, but I mean, like, it's rooted in like these really weird abstract concepts that I mean, honestly, just like I mean, the more I studied it, the more I studied, the less I understood it. The more I would read into it and stuff like that. And it's why I understand why some people get caught up in like some like that sovereign citizen kind of like type people, because there's this one like kind of internet myth about like this accepted for face value thing that I read about a long time ago, where like people said that you could get out of any debt by taking the bill that you got in the mail and then responding to it with you had to write in a certain pen color and in a certain font. You had to write across it accepted at face value or something like that, and then by doing that and sending it back to them, then it would instantly forgive the debt because money didn't exist and all this stuff like that. And it was a wacky nonsense conspiracy theory thing. But at the same time, if you when I started, but considering everything, and I came across it while I was researching economics and stuff like that, and at the same time, economics in themselves were are so actual wacky and nonsense at this point that I understand why people think that magic type thinking type stuff like that takes hold when it comes to people studying and trying to figure out how money works, because it seems like it's like, well, then why wouldn't that work if money works at all? If our money now, when we talk about currency, like you said, like value in terms of trade, actual value that we create with things that we build or do, or services we do, yes, that still exists. But the actual, like the what do you call it? The instrument, that we use to transact.
The instrument, yes.
Yeah, the instrument we use to transact with is so nebulous and ephemeral that it doesn't really surprise me that people get sucked into like these bizarre, like conspiracy rabbit holes like that, where they think that they can, like, forgive all their debt if they just like write some magic words on the paper that the place sent them. I mean, of course, if you do that, you're going to mail it back to them, and they're going to take a look at that, they're going to throw it in the trash, and they're going to continue billing you. They're not going to. It's not like there aren't secret magic words that you can say to debt companies that make them go, oh well, you said the word, so I guess now you don't owe me anything. I mean, that's silly, but it's still but at the same time, like our entire concept of credit and debt are so, because of the way they you can have a debt to somebody, that makes sense. Okay, you owe a debt, but then they sell that debt to somebody else, and then that debt gets sold, and it gets packaged together and sold to other things, and it's the point where like you don't even know who you owe anymore. And
that ties into to our deep origins with sharing resources and food, right? Selling debt. I'll let you deal with that. You go ahead.
No. So my wife just asked me a question. Please go ahead.
Please, you address what you need to address with your wife. She's more important.
I answered her question. Like, it's okay.
Okay. The magical thinking is perhaps the response of a wounded and formerly rational mind engaging in that same magical thinking behind fiat currency, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's so, I mean, it's like our current concept of fiat currency, and even modern monetary theory is like the thing where you can continually print money forever. And
well, no. Pardon me. We're conflating a lot of concepts here. Let me kind of hone this back down.
I was only comparing it just that it had the same kind of magical thinking thing. That's all I meant by that.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to go down the rabbit hole. But anyway, go ahead.
The term scarcity here is important. Let me give you a relatively brief example. Do you know what a cowrie shell is? COWRIE, a cowrie shell.
No,
it's
I
a
guess
particular
not.
kind of shell of a tiny aquatic creature.
Oh, okay, an actual shell.
Okay,
an actual shell. Gotcha. Sorry, I thought you were referring to some other concept.
Because there's a natural scarcity of them. Only so many of them wash up ashore. So many of them are perfect of a certain size. There's a natural limit there of scarcity. That's similar to gold and a few other things, right? So scarcity is an important aspect of, not the sole aspect, but an important aspect of what makes a good instrument of exchange. Now, that's why counterfeiting is a big problem. If you can counterfeit the instrument of exchange, you're then diluting the actual value of the authentic instruments of exchange. And we've kind of allowed that to happen in the West. Because economics is hard. Money, I don't want to think about that. And Susie is pretty, and I got a hard dick, and I don't want to do math, and so on and so forth. And Bobby the nerd over there is encouraging me just to go after, Juicy Lucy, and he's working on all that weird shit in his book, and he ends up out competing you years later by literally finagling out of your money with magic, the magic of words and math, right?
Right. Yeah.
At one point in the U.S., actually at more than one point, but at a couple of points in U.S. history, the American government had control over the issuance and creation both of currency and of money.
Yeah.
Right now, they've outsourced the, quote, creation, unquote, of money by fiat. There's new money in the system. I've injected liquidity, That's different than the medium of exchange now. When the U.S. went off the gold standard, I think it was 33, roughly.
They literally seized the gold from people.
That's what I was going to say. They basically issued a proclamation saying, look, you all got to give up your gold. Trust us. We're the government. Pull together. and they accepted your gold at a certain at that time the value was, let's say, $30 an ounce. I'm just pulling a number out of my ass.
I don't know what it, I don't know what it was
A
either.
short time later, then they turned around and pegged a new price to gold that was like $50 an ounce, whatever it was, the numbers. They literally engaged in a massive wealth transfer. Does this sound familiar?
They fleeced the American public back with that shit. Absolutely.
But it was for a good cause. In other times in human history, you would have your leaders asking you to contribute your gold, your jewelry to the state so that we can fund mercenaries to protect ourselves in time of war. So you pitch in, right? But this was at the point of a sharpened fountain pen nib, right at your neck. Give up the gold or else.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was. I mean, like I mean, it's insane. Like reading that in history, in the history books, it's like it's insane that that's not a more known thing. It really, it's not that well known. At least most people.
Right.
I mean, people in these panels have all know it, but like I mean, in general, in general, like in general life and stuff like that, I've talked to many people that had no idea that ever happened. And like that like they, they literally they went around like and went door to door. I mean, this country was small enough so where they could do that. And like and like if you were hoarding it or found to be actually still having gold, like you could be put in jail. You could be subject to corporal punishment for that.
Snitches.
Yeah.
Snitches.
Yeah.
Right? Snitches.
And I mean, they eventually, of course, repealed that. I mean, like now, of course, you can still own gold again, but of course, then they did that because they didn't want it's like that totalitarian type thing. Like they had to get all the gold out of the system so that people had to choose the fiat currency, and like just fiat currency itself. Oh, 1 second. Yeah,
consider that central bank digital currencies is
a thing. Yeah,
kind of a reframing or a reinstantiation of that kind of three-card Monty trick, right? Which shell is the ball under?
Which at this point, like whenever they say they're printing money, like they did during for COVID and stuff like that, in order to they injected liquidity into the market. They don't even have to actually print it anymore. They just literally just change the number on the computer. So I mean, it's almost like our currency is practically digital as it is already. I mean, it's not even literally if someone can break into the right computer and convince it that that the number should have this many zeros or that many zeros, then that person has that many zeros. I mean, it's just it's not even like
programmability is the aspect being brought in now.
Nothing is actually being transferred. Nothing. You don't even have to in theory, you wouldn't have to steal the money from somewhere else. You could just add it to your theoretical bank account, and it's just there, and it didn't come from anywhere because it never existed in the first place.
that kind of touches a little bit on to things like commercial money versus retail money, which are two different forms of money, and what's happened recently with the 2008 financial crisis, and since then, is more and more of the big swinging dicks in the financial system, which is now a global financial system. They do see the end coming for the fiat dollar system with the U.S. as the reserve currency. It doesn't mean that another fiat system may not take its place. It may not even be a fiat system. It may be. We'll see. But I lost my train of thought with that little aside. What the hell was I going to say? I forget what I was going to say. I totally lost my train of thought.
It's okay.
Wow.
That's all right.
No, you didn't do anything. It was me.
It'll come back to you.
What was I going to say? But scarcity. To tie in. Actually, no. I don't know enough about the history of the economic change in the U.S. to speak rationally on that. But I know what I was going to say. The current powers that be have foreseen. They have seismic detectors, right? Economic seismic detectors. They know a crash is coming. They're trying to erect a brand new system where they'll have a dominance advantage, or at least a high asymmetric advantage. There's a lot of shenanigans going on. This is one of the reasons why that programmable money should be resisted as strongly as possible by everyone.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally like they've turned. I mean, but at some point, it's isn't it bizarre though, how much like our concept of money and currency has just this is just off the top of my head. This may just be like just nonsense. So like I'm just talking this. I just off the top of my head, but I was just thinking like how the way that people analyze and watch markets. They watch markets for sudden spikes and certain trends and stuff like that, and then it's like a spike here, something could mean like a coming like collapse of this or that, right? Like they can see these kind of things, these predictive models and everything like that. Sure. And isn't it funny how that mirrors nature though? Like the way that you can like when animals start like animals can sense like slight vibrations of the earth, and they will like run away from like danger areas or avalanches or earthquakes or things like that. So hurricanes, tsunamis, these kind of things. Like animals can sense those things way before we can. Our weather, our best weather detection systems can't. And so it's kind of bizarre how like as things go along, even though it's unnatural the way we're doing the currency, it's starting to resemble nature in a way, and starting to resemble like natural, the way we can observe nature and observe natural patterns, and it's starting to like to I don't know, maybe imitate that or actually become that.
It shouldn't surprise you. We kind of threw that tired old trope out. There's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is environmental awareness for resource competition at its most fundamental basics, right? These are the rules of how value is tracked for the animals on the preserve, right? The people that own the preserve, they deal with a different form of financial, not entirely divorced, not entirely separate, but a different kind of order of magnitude of transaction. But for a lot of us, we're just seeking efficiencies in resource collection, resource use, be they tangible commodities or be they abstract units of measure in the kind of cognitive environment in which we exist, right? We trade in very complex ways because we're complex animals compared to many other animals. The fundamentals of advantage and fitness test, evolutionary fitness test for strategies, either to adapt to threats or to be a threat as your adaptive strategy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It ties in with economics and predatory trading, asymmetrical warfare, asymmetrical information that can then be used to leverage or enhance conflict, be it war or trading or mate competition. So as long as you can secure that asymmetrical advantage, you are going to outcompete your foes. And you may not necessarily want to leave them all in the dust, right? You may want to feed on them later or have them return favors to you later, right? It's sometimes it's in your best interest to show mercy, metaphorically speaking, or to show lenience or to show grace. You forgive debts so that they will then become an interest-bearing future customer with a higher rate. You're going to get them in the long run anyway. There's all kinds of perverse strategies going on.
Yeah, it's a system that it's almost like it's a system that at this point it's so ingrained and it's so widespread and so it's infected every corner of the planet and every economy and everything on the thing that there's almost no way to play fair and actually make it really. You basically you can hit the lottery kind of and invent something or that sort of thing, but I'm not suggesting that we should play unfair, but I'm just saying but it makes it where playing fair per se puts you at a disadvantage. Really, it does. I mean, it absolutely puts you at it puts you in the lower rungs of society automatically because you're not playing the game right.
It doesn't have to be that way though. There are different media of exchange that we can use.
Sure.
Do you have any stores in your neighborhood that use neighborhood bucks, or
no, I don't have anything like that.
There are some places that have done that. If you want kind of a neat look at how you can have a non-fiat currency do wonders for your community. Do you know in the English Channel there's an island called Guernsey, Guernsey?
I've heard of that. I don't know anything about it.
If you're at all interested in monetary theory and non-fiat currency and how a local government could kind of issue its own money, right? Guernsey basically needed to raise funds for some public works, and because there are some arcane laws involving their sovereignty with certain expressions of government power, because they're not exactly an independent nation state, but they're also kind of a special economic zone that the Brits have set up. They decided to try a money experiment, and they basically created their own Guernsey dollars. I don't forget exactly. I don't remember what it was exactly called, but they had their own Guernsey dollars, and they convinced businesses in their community to accept this new instrument of exchange and the value it was an expression of by basically telling everyone, we'll accept your property tax and business tax and other tax payments in the form of these Guernsey dollars. So we're going to print up X number of Guernsey dollars. That's all that will ever exist unless we illegally create more. We're not just going to print it out of thin air. We'd like you to use this. We'll pay you in this because you can then use it as an instrument of settling your debts with other people, namely us, the tax collectors. So we're giving you the money, the instrument, the form, the expression of value that we'll later accept. Like if I created, John dollars, what the fuck is a John dollar? No one's going to take that. I'm not. Fuck you. You can't pay me for this $3,000 job with John dollars. Fuck right off, right? Well, Guernsey said we're going to make Guernsey dollars, and we'll accept Guernsey dollars, pegged to whatever peg they had at regular currencies for your taxes. It worked. They were able to avoid paying ruinous rates of interest or to borrow fiat currency in order to establish this public works project. It was fantastic. It also didn't last very long because
isn't it still a fiat currency though?
Technically, yes, but the guarantee under which that fiat operated was you could pay your taxes in this. So people could realize a savings in British pound value because they didn't have to spend their British pounds on paying their.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. Okay, now I get what you're going.
They basically said, here's some colored beads you can use to pay your taxes to us with, so that there was trust in the community that these colored beads would actually have economic value.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So look into the Guernsey money experiment. I didn't explain it all that well, but it was
no. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. I have not heard of that before. And I do have to. I'm going to wrap up anyway. I got some dinner and stuff. Well, if you would, we're gonna be streaming tomorrow at 3 on the regular channel. If you would come back and go more into the Guernsey thing, I'd like to hear more about that. That's something I find very, very fascinating. I think that this whole conversation about economics and money, I find it fascinating in general, just because I find very few people that seem to. I mean, even ourselves, I think there's still limits of like what we even understand about it. But I think it's something that doesn't get talked about enough because it's really so. It is really so bizarre that we so much of our lives revolve around currency and money and stuff like that, and how little we understand of it. It's just not even like close to being understood by most people that use it. They just know that if they get money, they can buy things, and that's where their understanding stops. And if they don't have it, then they can't buy things, and that's the general common person's understanding. But I think that there's a lot of important conversation and thought to be had around our basic understanding of money and what it means and what what implications it has for our future society and technology and everything else like that. So I'd really appreciate it if you'd come back on tomorrow and talk some more about that. Any case, but so this has been the Jeffless for the most part. I mean, he did pop in a couple times. This has been the Jeffless Outliers Exiled stream for the day.
Show that link up I just shared in the private chat onto the main window if you would.
No
so
problem.
Anyone listening can look at it. You can look at that later on, and I may be able to be by tomorrow. I don't know for sure. I'll try.
Okay, well, it's not a problem. Either way, just come back in any time to talk about some more, and I'd appreciate it. But any case, let's. I don't know how many more streams or if I'll be using this. Oh, Jeff's there. Hold on. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, I'm done finally, so I'll probably wrap it up. But
yeah, I was about to go make dinner, but I mean, what's up? What you got any thoughts or anything on anything?
No, I didn't hear. What were y'all talking about? I hear what y'all talking about.
We were talking about money. We're talking about
probably not any thoughts on money other than how do I get some.
Well, yeah, we're talking about just like the overall concepts of fiat currency and how how bizarre it is and how it works, and like he was talking about like this thing called the Guernsey experiment thing, and how they created like this alternate currency within their own little tiny country, and all this stuff. It's some interesting stuff. But
was it
it's really
Ecuador or Costa Rica went to digital currency? Like
El Salvador, I believe. El Salvador accepted Bitcoin as their national currency, I believe it was. Yeah, there's just like we're just talking about just because the concept of fiat currency is just a bizarre thing. It's literally just like it has value because we say it does,
but that's
and
anything. Like rocks and shells have value because we say it has value.
Yeah, but they existed. They exist already in a limited form. Whereas our fiat currency, they literally can print it or just like add numbers to a machine, and it literally the amount of confidence we have in it is what determines its value as opposed to
scarcity.
Yes, it's not scarcity based. Instead it's based in.
Oh, I guess I have less of a problem with that because money is so conceptual anyway. Like it seems like it always has been.
Well, it's not that we're only talking about the problems with it. It's just like how it's just bizarre how it almost seems to be. It's almost rooted in almost a magical thinking type thing. It seems really illogical in a lot of ways.
But that's like all of money seems that way to me. I guess that's why it's less bizarre to me because I've always thought of money that way.
Think about the witch doctor in a tribe. His power and position isn't secure unless there's a mystery involved. Same thing with our money priests, right?
Well,
our high acolytes of banking.
Right. Yeah. It does. It's like,
they don't affect my life in any discernible way. Money still seems to work like it always has. You go to a job, you get money, you spend it, you buy things with it.
But I mean, we're talking about like, but in terms of like when economies collapse, when we have things like the banking crisis, back to the 2008 type.
Was
that
the 2008? I remember that one. I was kind of irritated with Obama that he let the banks off.
Look at what happened in 1907. If you want to hook into the real reason that panics were fostered in the American populace, if the American populace would accept a central bank being imposed upon them. There was a lot of fear mongering, a lot of manipulation, of course, of public perception. You tell the stories, you kind of implant in everyone's mind what to expect in the future. Hollywood does that. You all know about mass media programming and propaganda, right? Ideas propagate.
I mean, I know what propaganda is, but you can't really quantify how any one individual falls for it or how it affects. So it's kind of just like stochastic in a way.
But it's not necessarily useful to measure it at the individual level. The useful data for mass applications come from looking at mass trends.
Oh yeah, I'm bad at that type of stuff. The population level, I only see individuals. It's hard for me to abstract from that to some population
know about some
level.
of your own cognitive, weak spots. And I have them too. We all have them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not good at it either. I find it fascinating because I don't understand, because I have so little understanding of it. That's why I find it fascinating, because it doesn't make sense to me. It's like it just reading about, like I said, of all the things I've ever studied, and I've said all this weird esoteric stuff, all this stuff, the Gnostic stuff, all the stuff I've ever studied. The thing that I think that broke my brain the most and the hardest was learning about how we basically view economies and money and stuff like that, and how it operates. It's just like, really? It's just like
I don't even think economists understand it.
No, I don't think so either.
It's like weathermen.
There's an old quip about economists. You get 12 economists together in a room and ask them each their opinion about the best economic system, right? You ask 12 of them in a room, you'll get 13 answers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember something about the 2008 crisis where like the banks were too big to fail us. Like our system was so interdependent on them that's one reason they had to let them off, or thought they had to let them off. There could be consequences.
That was the excuse. I mean, bailing out the banks themselves, you could almost make an argument for it. Now, bailing out the individual people that were responsible and not prosecuting those who actually caused it, that's where the real.
That's where I was coming.
It's that sense of justice. Like there's the sense of justice that got thwarted.
I mean, you could make an argument for like bailing out some of the big banks and stuff like that, because it would have, if they did fail, it could have actually caused like a lot of mass problems. But the bailing out of the individual people that caused it and giving them nothing more than a slap. One person was arrested.
Now,
one person.
Consider
that entire
this.
thing. One person.
This is how deep and nefarious narrative conditioning and mainstream media messaging goes. It was right around that time. If you look at any of the metrics online that measure word searches and word usage and so on around LGBTQ and transit issues, that all took off like a rocket ship just after 2008 with the Occupy Wall Street protests and so on. The bankers switched the narrative from money and too big to fail and a lack of prosecutions, and they threw a brand new bone into the mix. And boy, did that.
The bankers did that? Like they made people start searching for these terms?
Well, they didn't make them. They incentivized them through.
But what did they do? Like that
that
could be like a natural, like a correlation.
That is when ESG and DEI things like first were introduced. So I mean, you could make the argument that it was like a top down.
I'm trying to visualize how all of the people would suddenly start searching for LGBTQ because something the bankers.
That isn't what I said. So.
Oh. Yeah. No. That's
I
what you meant.
I didn't say that. I said it took off.
The media narrative. The media.
Right,
the media started paying
how
attention.
Would the bankers make it take off? Were they like giving away little pamphlets at the bank about these terms, and people were going home and searching? Well, I'm not seeing the connection between bankers and people searching for things on the internet.
Okay.
What he means, what he's saying, he's talking about how he's talking about like, well, and it is true that a lot of these financial institutions hold major stakes in most media companies, and so like it is around that time that the narrative changed, and like it's also right around that time that gay marriage and everything got legalized, and so the activist type thing, like the activist movements got big injections of money from somewhere, and they suddenly had a much bigger voice, and suddenly like things like trans.
So for a fact that the money came from the banker. Is that the theory? That the bankers threw a bunch of money.
I don't know they came from the bankers.
Search these terms more because the message was getting out more because they had the money to.
No.
I don't know that it was that coordinated.
There's a bit of a miscommunication going on. Please allow me to reframe things. Imagine you're having an awkward conversation, group of people, and someone in there has a secret to keep, and the topic of conversation is kind of coming around to that secret, and they change the topic so that you then go down a different chain of thought. And then that leads to another chain of thought, and that leads to another chain of thought. And pretty soon the original kind of threat to your secret has now been lost in a whole other chain of tail chasing to go on. So there was a narrative shift from financial and
an orchestrated narrative shift on the part of the banker. That's what I'm having trouble with.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm getting there. Okay, I'm not doing it this way.
It's okay. It's all right.
They didn't push a button and make it happen. They used incentives and their understanding of human psychology, mainstream media messaging, and cybernetic social engineering at multiple points of insertion in society and at multiple levels of let's say, coarseness or fineness to encourage a narrative shift away from accountability for the systemic financial crimes into a brand new current thing to focus the wider public mind upon.
Okay, and I can actually
pardon me a moment. They didn't do it by flipping a switch, and it didn't happen all at once everywhere. It was a stratagem that worked and now has been perceived after the fact through data analytics of human language use in and on the internet around that subject. And some people have pointed out a high degree of suspicious correlation. They cannot prove causation, but water is wet, fire is hot, human psychology is complex. People often will believe something that they sniff out as maybe not being true, but it's easier just to go along with it anyway. So there was a level of dissimulation and narrative framing shift underwent at that time. Now, can I say definitively with absolute precision and certainty? No. What I'm saying is there are credible analyses available for anyone to search, linking the rise in the West of trans and gender activism that very quickly eclipsed any talk of financial responsibility for the movers and shakers in the money system of the West. And that is a part of how so much of the bloodlust or the desire for the peasants to have justice was thwarted. It was part of a narrative reframing.
And it could be the fact that the bankers got very lucky.
The bankers used their power to distract people so that they were looking somewhere else, right? All of those big words I just used was condensed that way.
Well, that's too vague for me to really make anything of. So I don't accept that narrative.
I can provide us one example, and that would be like the Occupy Wall Street movement was documentedly infiltrated and people did go in specifically and injected a lot of woke ideology into like their basically when it started out as a protest that was literally just like it was a grassroots protest that was just people basically being mad about the fact that what would happen with the bankers in the 2008 thing and everything like that. That's where it started from, and then it was literally by companies such as or organizations such as Adbusters. Supposedly supposed to be their supposed goal is supposed to be kind of anti that sort of thing anyway, but they went in and injected all these kind of ideas and rules, all this woke ideology stuff into it, and the movement fell apart like within a month or so from there. It was because it all collapsed in itself with everyone basically the same thing with it. Same way Chaz imploded. Everyone suddenly was concerned about equality and making sure everyone's voice was heard and like make sure there was no one was a leader, no one was this, and suddenly everything just like collapsed really naturally. And whether or not you could say that I can't prove that Adbusters was funded or paid to do that, but they did nonetheless is on record. They did go there and infiltrate but go there and actually convince people to go along with these ideas, and that is what ultimately led to the collapse of the movement. So I mean, like I don't know.
You think there was one factor that led to the collapse of the movement, but for that one thing, the movement would have been successful.
It would have.
I think I was part of the movement. They had it here in Seattle, and Adbusters had nothing to do with my involvement or lack of involvement.
No, I mean I'm talking about the main one in New York.
Nobody asserted but for that one thing. Again, we're talking about a population.
But that is what Chris just
reframing. Well, I was saying that is where the collapse of the New York Occupy Wall Street movement did start to fall apart. I don't know that it was maybe not for just that one thing. It could have been a lot of things. But I'm saying there is on record that a lot of those ideas, the woke ideology that got inserted into it with the settling where there was no leaders and they were like this socialist type thing and all that stuff, that was brought to them. It did not start out that way. That was brought to them and taught to them by those people. And I am saying like I mean I'll pull up the articles and stuff that have been written about it. But and maybe we can talk about that tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, like it's a recorded thing. It's not like a conspiracy. It is, and if you really look at the movement itself, it really fell apart whenever they suddenly didn't have leaders anymore. Whenever there's no one leading it, and no one had any specific goals. They suddenly started changing all of the goals of the movement. Went from
it was not well organized from the start. Even I mean, at least here in Seattle. Like, I don't think it took any external influence to make it fall apart because it was going to happen anyway. Because none of them knew what they were doing.
Well, and
I was part of it. I even helped. I went to their headquarters and even helped to organize. They were the most disorganized group of kids I'd ever.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but I never understood why Occupy movement started up in other cities anyway. Same reason I understand why the George Floyd protests like spread everywhere. That happened in that one place. Why were people in overseas protesting about?
I'm guessing there's multiple reasons for that. Because we're dealing with individuals. There's, like John said, there's not a magic button that somebody pushed.
Yeah. No, there definitely is.
All of a sudden we had Occupy Wall Street in cities, or there's not a magic button that somebody pushed and suddenly it collapsed. I think it's an organic, emergent process that from the individual to the macro level.
That is possible. I mean, it is possible. I mean, we were talking about a lot of.
Not only is it possible, I'd say it's probable, and I'd say it's likely, because that seems to be how humans work. That seems to be how the things we get, and how the events happen in the human world. They don't seem to be button pushed. They seem to organically emerge from numerous factors. And that's the model that works best for me, that I'm going to stick to in these things, unless I have reason not to.
If you want to look at a couple of verifiable starting points based on data, 2 names for you. Edward Bernays, Bernays, and Ivy Lee, Ivyle. Edward Bernays is termed the father of propaganda, and Ivy Lee is termed
public relations, right? That's what you said before.
The father of, I forgot. Why do I always forget his title? Not his title, but he was his moniker, the father of public relations. On your Discord, Jeff, I linked a video. It's only 25 or so minutes long about the early history of propaganda. And I suspect that because it is primarily visual and it relies on a few data points, it may be persuasive to you.
I'm looking for it now. What channel is it in? Do you know?
Let me give you the exact. I'll relink it here.
Relink it here. I'll put it in the public
here. Yeah, it's in the conspiracy channel. The delicate.
Oh, that's why
I
have that one turned off. Okay.
That's okay. The delicate art of.
I see it now.
It's a fantastic video. Are we still streaming publicly? If you can,
we are. Yeah.
Yeah. We probably can.
Window there. I've linked it in the back room. And the study I linked in the back room about Wall Street and the narrative shift, that's also an important one to share for anyone listening who wants
I'm sharing both
verifiable fact.
Yeah, no,
or at least a data point to look at.
I never thought about anything like that until I researched it myself for an article I was writing. That's where I came across all the stuff about all the way that the Occupy movement fell apart, at least in the New York one. I ignored all the little startup ones from around the rest of the country. They weren't even protesting in front of Wall Street, so it made very little sense in a lot of ways. It was just people occupying where, just hanging out in front of Wells Fargo, I guess. But I never understood why those kind of protests spread in that way. As it's I think they were trying to make it into a movement or something, but it doesn't necessarily work that way. So in any case, yeah, I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna wrap it up, but it's been cool doing this hosting day. So we'll be back.
How'd it go in general?
I think it went pretty good. It's we had kind of a contentious. It started out with White Mage and iFi going out, and when they dropped off.
Fought.
Well, it's not really. No, no, I wasn't say fought. iFi was trying to fight. White Mage was just kind of responding pretty calmly. You didn't really seem upset. Hank was there for a little bit, and then he disappeared, and then everybody left, and it was me for a little while, and then Jack came on for a while, and then it's been pretty cool. It went better than I expected it to be honest. So I'm happy with it.
Oh.
I can't believe I went 4 hours 20 minutes. So yeah.
20 is a sign. 4:20. I'm leaving, gents. I'll see you next time.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Bye,
tomorrow we'll be back at 3 p.m. instead of 2, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm bumping it an hour tomorrow because to give myself a window to get back in time.
Okay.
So we'll do it at 3 instead of 2 Central.
No problem. We actually had quite a few viewers at one point. We got we were up over 13 viewers actually at one point, which I was surprised that we even got that high. So a lot more.
Oh wow, that's good for a spontaneous impromptu stream that we put together in less than a day.
Yeah, it's the same stream we do every day, just a different channel. But that's fine. I didn't expect that many people to find it, but I guess putting it in the Discord is pretty much let everyone know. Machine Lies was in chat for a while. A lot of people. Reddington was here in the chat. We had pretty much. Our chat. The chat's actually been about as active on this stream as it has been on our channel for the most part. There's nobody left watching now, but. Yeah, it's just like Lindsay. I think Lindsay's the only person watching. So, in any case, but yeah. So I'm gonna shut it down. But it's been a blast today, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central. Just adjust that for whatever time zone you're in, and talk to you then. Bye bye.
Yeah, and thank you for doing it.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I've been needed to set this up for a while and actually use my channel for something, so it's good to actually use it for something. All right, later, guys. Bye.
Okay, take care.